Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the Tata Steel Chess 2024 round number 6. And here we have the tournament hall. You can see Anish walking there with Erwin, Lamy, Gukesh already sitting at his board, focused, very, very focused. There we have all the challengers, guys, as well. Divya playing today with Salem Saleh. How are you all? It has been such an exciting tournament. Anish is the leader. Here we have the standings. And by the way, we also have Sagar in the chat. Hello, Sagar. How are you? You did not reply to the WhatsApp message, but it is good to see you here. Sakar says today Pragnananda versus Nepo, Gukesh versus Jordan, and Vidit versus Ju Wenjun. Exactly yesterday, Ju Wenjun beat Ali Reza Firouzja. What an amazing result over there. Oh, Nepo enters the hall after yesterday's blunder. Today, he is going to be very sure to be alert for tactics. There we have the photographers. Oh, did you see that jacket, by the way, the photographers are wearing? There's a number 12 and 42, and it looks like a football team. What do you think, guys? I did invite some of the guests, but let us see what happens. I haven't heard yet, but we'll keep you posted. Football Kalo. Well, the games are about to begin, and here I am. Hello, everyone. That's such a beautiful tournament hall. Yes, it's been 8 years of ChessBase India. Yesterday was the birthday, and all of you subscribed. So, thank you so much. And in these 8 years, one tournament which we really dreamed to be at is the Wijk Tata Steel. I and Sagar haven't been there, but we would love to go here. And I love the photographers, this jacket. It looks like, I want to wear it one day. Also, guys, extremely sorry because yesterday the computer completely hanged and whatnot, and yes, I just went away. But today, no matter what happens, whatever tactical blunders happen over there on the board, and whatever technical things go wrong over here, I am going to make sure that I'm going to be here till the end. Rakshit there. Uh-huh. Guys, I cannot really reveal where Sagar is right now, but no need to because there we have Maghsoodloo comes in, handshakes with Anish Giri. Where is Pragnananda? Because Pragnananda versus Nepo. That's really a big match of today. Can I try to get the camera for Pragnananda? Ooh, there we have Pragnananda not at the board yet. But let's look at the full board. Pragg walking in with his specs, handshakes with Nepo. Oh, that's a nice one. You see, there is a table like thing where he can keep the bottle and things, and it's so convenient. What a little improvement, but I never noticed that. If you just see the blue boxes there, it's a great idea that you don't have to keep it down. Lovely. Well, 500 likes. Amazing. Shall we go to our main screen as soon as the games will begin? And can I try to get some close-ups there? Yes, there we have Pragg opening the bottle with Nepo, and you see the Adani logo. Big one. At the very beginning of the Starting moments, it's also tense. There goes the handshake, and Nepo with the white pieces about to begin. He first writes his move. Ah, no, he's already played. Knight f3 and g3 on the board. Fiona there taking pictures with the mobile. Okay, so matchups. Let me tell you about the matchups today. And let's quickly go to the big screen there. We have the most interesting matchup, Nepo versus Pragnananda. That's happening knight f3 by Nepo, Reti opening. Pragg goes knight f6, and after g3, the Catalan setup. Already Pragg is thinking what to do. Maybe let me have the close-up camera on the screen for Pragg versus Nepo there. And Pragg is thinking he goes c5, knight f3, knight f6, g3. He goes c5, and Nepo is thinking. We also have Anish Giri versus Maghsoodloo. Yesterday, Pragg versus Anish ended in a draw. It was a very interesting game. Pragnananda had advantage initiative, but towards the end, it ended in a draw. So Anish maintained his lead. Anish also goes knight f3 g3, very same like Nepo. So well, have they prepared together? But Maghsoodloo goes d5 and Pragnananda has gone c5. So that's going to be very, very different. Reti today, Reti Catalan. So let's go to Gukesh with the black pieces. Oh, what opening do we have on the board? Is it Scotch? Amazing. And look who we have on the. Wait a second. We have a guest. I don't know if I have. Oops. Acha, why is that camera coming in?
Hello,
Hello, Mr. Sagar Shah. How are you?
I'm good. How are you, Amruta?
Welcome. So happy to
Thank you.
see you.
Thank you.
What happened to your hair? All okay there. Looks like some Adani shock. That's good. That's good.
Can you
Can
put
you?
on the virtual camera?
Yes. There it is.
Oh, Pragnananda versus Nepo. Yes, today.
Yes, today we have Pragg versus Nepo. Very interesting. And Sagar, in the game, Nepo has played knight f3, knight f6 was played by Pragg, g3, c5, bishop g2. I would be very happy if it can convert into Sicilian, but bishop g2, knight c6, c4, and it's English, right? What do we call the names? I often like knight f3 is Reti, then comes c4, that's English, but then there is g3, that's Catalan. So I don't really know the
This
opening.
opening was played by Pragg against. We can ask our chat against which top player did Pragg play this?
Uh huh. Okay. Sagar is volume. No, that's fine.
Can you hear me well?
I can hear you well, but chat is saying they can't hear you well. Ah, wait. Desktop volume. Okay. 1 second. Yeah, now it should be very good.
Yeah, I'm saying that this opening was played against which famous player by Pragg recently?
Yes, now it should be okay. Yes, now it's great. Recently, let me see in the chat. Magnus. Magnus? No. Abdusattorov? Everyone's saying Magnus in World Cup. Nepo, Gukesh.
Hikaru. He played it against Hikaru,
Oh,
this
we have
line.
got Hardik and Rick. Two people right. I mean, very quickly.
Yeah.
Where did he play
So,
this? In which tournament?
first round of the World Cup.
Mhm.
So, I mean, first game of the World Cup against Hikaru. So now the most common move is knight c7.
Which he played. Then
Yeah.
a3.
Idea. Now you play your pawn to e5.
Pragg went g6 over here.
Oh, he went for a new setup because e5 is the main move. But to e5, let's ask the chat what is a good move for white,
Ah,
which Nepo
that's
might have prepared.
that's a good question. I do have chat chess moves over here.
Oh, Amruta, before I'm here for some time. I would
You
love
sh-
if we can reach 14 lakh 60,000 subscribers.
do you have the subscriber count browser based, Sagar?
You have to make it. You
Okay.
have to sign
And
in
it
and
seems
do
you have
all that.
not slept at all. Can you maybe sleep? Uh,
Yeah, I didn't sleep at all.
you should sleep.
Did
Okay,
people write
yes. Let me see.
P4,
Oh, there are so many moves actually they have suggested.
P4?
Here you can see e3, e4, e3, d3, queen b3, knight d4, queen a4, king e4. One guy, Nikhil Marothi. Well done, Nikhil. b4. He's mentioned b4, and that is the pawn sacrifice b4,
Not
which
a
is
sacrifice because after take,
no bishop
E5
b4.
pawn is ready.
But if I go bishop b4,
Still knight E5, I think.
oh, if knight e5, then you have
Check.
check. And for knight c6, doesn't
Yep.
matter because bishop c6, you chop the knight, right, Sagar?
Yeah, chop the bishop.
Okay, that's a nice line. So b4 is very interesting, dynamic, more like a gambit. Does it have a name?
No, so G6 was played, Amruta.
Yes. And you know what Nepo played here? Can you guess? Can the chat try to
H4.
guess?
H4.
Arey yaar. Well done, Sagar. H4.
But but the thing is now with the move H4, one square has been weakened.
That
Which is that
is
square
for chat.
which
That
has
is
been
like
weakened?
एक चुटकी में.
Yeah, very easy. Which
Yeah.
square has been weakened?
Yes. They've all got it. G4. Some of
G4.
them did go wrong in notation, though. But G4
So
is the
Pragg
square.
instantly takes that square, I believe, bishop G4. And I think Nepo now sacks a pawn, yeah, H5.
No. He goes knight a4 and
Oh,
attacks
knight
this guy.
A4. B6.
Yes.
Actually, B6 is such a brave move because you are opening up the diagonal completely. But one of the advantages of having the knight on C7 is that your rook is defended. So even if you play knight E5 here, I can just take knight takes knight, bishop takes rook, and then I can take with the knight or the queen, and I'm winning because I got two pieces for a rook. So he cannot take advantage of this move B6.
It's wonderful, yeah. Full diagonal. This is also a loose piece, and we are not being careful at all. But yet,
Yeah.
nothing immediate.
But knight a4 is not a move you make lightly because you are misplacing your knight. You have to continue with something useful. So,
Yeah.
what did Nepo do? Maybe he played something energetic. Yes.
Yes, he did.
What was it?
So h5 is what he played.
Wow. Now,
Ah.
now I don't understand this move because
Hmm.
I can take with the bishop. Bishop takes h5. What is Nepo's idea? Why did he give this up? Is a big question
That's a
actually.
very good question, and it is such a tough question because I doubt if how many people in the chat are going to find it. By the way, to the chat right now, we are having 14,59,866 subscribers, and can we aim at 14,59,900 subscribers?
I think the pawn sacrifice to h5 is all about misplacing the bishop, but it's not so simple how to take advantage. And the move that comes to
Yes,
my mind
yes.
is knight g5. I don't know if that is a good move, but
If I just show you the people, trying to answer over here, so that is
why are
knight
so few
h2,
people answering, guys? Come on.
knight, because it is a tough move.
Oh,
It's a
knight
very tough
h2.
move. Knight h2,
Wow.
rook h5, and knight g5 was one. I thought it was Sagar, but it is Bhavana. Um, hey, why is
Amruta,
your
knight
camera here? Like,
g5 is a knight h2 is epic move, because on one hand you are attacking the knight, and on the other hand you are threatening g4.
absolutely. No, it's really nice, and the chat is alert for that. Look at this. Nikhil, Trikos, Parsh, Learning, Tamid, Skanda, Abhinav, Shri Kripa, Tanay, and Muthu. They've all got it right. But the other moves were also very interesting, and important is to understand what is happening for them. Let's say, by the way, I will get the
Amruta,
bars also. Yes,
Amruta, have you connected through the internet?
yeah, और किससे करूँ?
नहीं वो उधर.
बार बार या इंटरनेट
No,
वायर
Wi-Fi. Have you connected
सो
properly?
सागर शाह दिख रहा है अभी या सो आई डिडंट डू
Okay.
एनीथिंग बिकॉज इट वाज गुड सो अभी इफ इट गोज अवे then we will strike back like
So
Gukesh
knight
does.
h2 is the move, right?
Knight h2 is the move actually, with the idea of trapping the bishop there.
Beautiful,
And
beautiful.
if you try to stop with queen d7, it's
No
very
g4.
very temporary. Anyway, g4, because you have deflected the queen and you lose the piece here. But Sagar, your move, which some people also initially were suggesting rook takes h5, g takes h5, but at this point you don't have enough compensation. It's
Yeah,
too early.
I don't like
And
it.
knight g5 you suggested. What was your idea here?
I was thinking if queen d7, then I will play queen b3, just trying to put pressure on f7. But yeah, it doesn't feel that good,
Yeah.
right? e6.
E6, then bishop g7, and it should be okay. So another
Yeah,
move to consider, but it's rejected. So what happened in the game was bishop g7 played by Pragnananda, and
h6.
h6. Oof. And your Pragg goes. Where do you first feel like taking the bishop to? I mean, you have
f6.
f6, f8, and d4. f6,
f6.
yeah? It's so natural to go bishop f6. You're also controlling these squares. But look at what Pragg does. He
Bishop
goes
f8.
to d4, bishop
Oh,
d4.
wow.
And he says, like, I really don't care. Such dark squares which are weak. He doesn't care about knight takes d4.
No, but you have knight d4.
Exactly, and this is where, as you had mentioned,
e2
like
is hanging.
if bishop
And no,
takes
now bishop
a8.
e2 is queen trap.
Wow, wonderful queen trap, amazing. By the way, if you want to get, no, you can't get out of it. This is wonderful. So bishop d4 is amazing move, and Nepo quite quickly goes knight h2. I mean, he took 3 minutes here. He could be better prepared than Pragg. We don't know yet. And Pragg goes back bishop d7, defending the knight, but also keeping an eye on the e4 guy.
e3.
Yeah, e3 looks natural, right? To kick this guy away. And now bishop going to f6
Knight
will
g4.
knight g4. And what do you do? Because you can't really, if you go bishop g5, there is f4. I believe so. Can I go f4? Yes, that is a good idea. But Sagar, which bishop would you like to give? The dark square bishop or the light square?
I think I would give up the light squared bishop.
Okay, so here you will take on g4. Oh, look at Vidit watching the game. Can I just go for a full screen for a moment? Yeah, there you go. Very interesting opening. I haven't seen this much, Sagar. Have you?
No, this is quite fresh. He did go
Bishop
bishop
f6.
f6. Oh, there's Divya. Hello, Divya. Hi.
Just that she can't hear us. Nepo trying to recollect his preparation.
I think for Yan, it's a very important round today because he lost to Gukesh yesterday and had a very tough game because he blundered very badly from a roughly even position, maybe slightly worse, but and now today he faces another uh, Indian youngster. Can we have the board? He goes knight g4. He plays knight
Yes.
g4. I'm actually going to be very interested to see now what is Pragg's reaction because Pragg needs to come up with a move. He may be okay to give up that bishop on f6, but I believe that's not a great idea because that's a very strong bishop you have. On the other hand, if you take on g4, a lot of the people might be worried about bishop c6. But then, two things. One is king f8, and
Oh, king
oh,
f8.
I'll be piece down right after
Yeah,
queen
yeah,
g4.
yeah.
Right. So I have to play bishop d7,
First.
bishop a8,
I'm
queen
never
a8.
worried about bishop 8, right? As you
And
mentioned.
now, yes, exactly. Please explain to the chat why you are never worried because what is black's compensation?
Black is an exchange down, but the light squares are very weak. I mean, you have gone g3, bishop g2, and such a bishop you give away for the useless rook. So that is the whole point. And I think it's more about the understanding of squares, Sagar. It's about you feel it. So maybe you can explain your feeling like you were doing
No, it's
yesterday.
correct. It's the light square weaknesses mainly, and you have the light squared bishop. Knight is not so well placed on the side of the board on a4. So yes, this
Yeah.
should not work.
By the
So
way, we do
then,
have chat who is also very interested, Sagar, in this game. Shashank says if we thought Nepo would come with a fight in him, Pragg has also come out to match him blow for a blow. Oh,
so he
yes,
takes with the queen.
he
He
takes
takes
with
with
the
the queen.
queen
He doesn't take
and
on c6, and now Prague's knight is hanging. So how should
he
Prague defend
played.
that?
He played, he goes knight e5 and attacks the
Knight
queen.
e5.
And look at knight d3
Is Prague
ideas.
is Prague prepared?
For sure, for sure. Look at Divya is so interested in this game. Can
Prague
we,
has 1 hour 37 minutes.
but even Nepo has 1 hour 39 minutes. No, I think Sagar today a lot of people are going to keep coming to this game because you don't see such a fresh opening
Amruta,
so
can we have a
often.
look at the subscriber count? It's at 867. Can we reach 900?
Oh, yes, we are right now at 873. So we need another 27 more. And I
By the way,
also need to get the
Nepo is
bar.
going to move his queen. He moves it to e4, but he's giving Prague the right to give a check on d3. Also, Prague can just ignore everything and just castle, right? Because the rook on a8 is defended by the knight. So if you castle here, I think that's
Okay.
also a playable idea.
If I
It doesn't
castle
look so bad.
here, there is a very nice move for white. It's possible, by the way. I mean, you can play castle, but I don't think Pragg will go for that because the kind of prep he has on the board, he would know the best way to reply. Look at
d4,
Anish
yes.
there walking behind, very relaxed, yawning while walking.
d4, right? Here.
Yes, absolutely. D4.
So if d4 is a problem, because now if I take, it opens up the bishop on c1 to come out. So what I was wondering is, can we go knight d3 check first instead of castling? So you give a check on that square, and then the king has to move,
King
but king
e2.
comes to e2,
This is attack.
and then we take the bishop on c1.
And
But
then,
in return, after rook c1, castles.
not
I
just
think
that,
once
you had
again,
this beautiful knight wonderfully, doing
yeah,
all the journey to reach that useless spot,
yes,
monument, whatever.
yes, this happens often in life that we give up our best qualities for some other people who just tell, just like that, oh, I don't like it, when they are not really serious about it. So I'm not really a big fan of this. Okay, then we come back, Amruta. So knight check is not so great, castle is not so great.
What are
Then the
people
question,
suggesting? Oh, my chat has got stuck here. Also looking at what people are suggesting. Not yet. Not yet. Can I?
maybe there is something to be said about queen d7, which is
Yes.
just attacking the knight.
Yes, they did actually think of it. Some of them attacking the knight. And right now, Sagar, as you had mentioned, the knight on c7.
Yes.
Good job.
And and also, if knight c3 now, just to show the idea, you go rook d8, I believe.
Why not check, Lekin? First,
Check
rook
and
d8
rook
is a
d8.
good
Check,
move. King e2
king
and
e2.
now rook d8. And then this is
And
solid.
you are able to basically, the knight is like this sort of cork which blocks the bathtub, or a
Champagne.
bottle. It's just so firmly entrenched in the position that the bishop on c1 cannot move, and it's not at all a good position, it feels like,
Isn't
for
it
white.
like a unwanted guest, Sagar?
Yeah,
Atithi.
it's an
The what is the
unwanted
opposite of
guess.
Atithi Devo Bhava?
Yes,
Is there any
this is
opposite? And
definitely not what Nepo would think about Atiti Devo Bhava. But Amruta, if Queen D7 is played
uh huh.
by Pragg, which I believe he will play because Pragg is very good at such moves, then Nepo needs not to move the knight because the knight is defended by the queen.
Correct. So what should he
So
do to get rid of
Nepo
that knight d3 irritant?
Nepo can go for this idea with D4, right? Still, because even if D4,
Okay.
queen takes knight,
Ooh.
D takes E5, and now the queen has to be traded. Bishop takes. Now the bishop is hanging and the rook is hanging, and white is better. So
Without the
in a way,
queens, this exchange
oh, he plays
sacrifice.
queen D7. He plays it. Pragnananda finds queen D7. Okay. Do you think D4 is a good idea
Oh, look
now?
at Nepo. Look at Nepo right now. Just a moment. Yeah, he just expressed like, what is this? Of course, he knows the move. I am bet, but he's trying to recollect. What is your
Nepo also
question?
seems well prepared.
Yeah. What's the question, Sagar? After queen d7, d4, will Nepo's preparation? Look, here we are not asking whether Nepo is prepared or not. He has 1 hour 39 minutes on the clock. Such a crazy line. For sure, he's prepared. Whether he has prepared d4 or whether he has prepared something which will get rid of this forever, which is castle. So that's the question. What do you think? Chat and Sagar.
Or how is the yeah, no, I was thinking king e2, but doesn't look good. Yes, it's kind of
Crush.
misplaced.
He would be crushed. Bin Bulai Bharati. Everyone started answering. प्रसाद दूरी asking क्या सागर जी ने सच्ची में घर खाली कर दिया है
हाँ guys,
bet
घर
हारा
छोड़ना पड़ा.
his lost the bet and
Had to leave the house. Have come to a beautiful place.
Nepo
I
will
think
go for G4. Ah, oh,
G4,
no, that's
G4
a
is just
blunder.
pointless. Amruta, what about castling here?
No, so you think no, that is the question. Whether Nepo has prepared castle or D4. So you are saying castle, yeah, more towards. So if you go castle, huh, how do you continue with black? Following up with queen D7. Like, do you go knight D3 first? Because you don't want to start calculating D4 ideas, or you go rook D8 first?
Yeah, a bit confused actually what to do because
Both are equally possible. So I do think, but normally like this move knight d3 as you also like it, because you don't have to calculate this extra thing of d4, giving him a chance to open the position.
yeah. But maybe then white tries for rook b1 and b4 at some point, I guess.
Yeah, rook
It's,
b1 with the idea of b4. That is a good plan for sure.
so so castle or uh, d4. Let's quickly look at d4 before we go to another game. D4, we can't take the knight on a4, so black must play cd, ed.
Okay.
And now I was wondering what
Ooh,
should black
now is a
do.
question. What should black play? What should black player? People already very quick in starting to answer. Not the number of people, but guys, come on. If you find
Oh,
it,
that's a
sir,
nice move.
you
I
will be
found it.
happy. You will feel happy. Do you feel happy, Sagar?
Yeah,
Can
nice.
you share the happiness?
Amruta, did we hit 900 subscribers?
One second, one second. We are right now at, oh, I love the number 14 lakh 59,000 triple eight. And we are how many? 12
12 people.
subscribers away from 60,000. So, sorry, 59,900. And then Sagar will share his happiness. Yes, all of you showing you the chat chess moves there. We 32 of you have found Saikat, Mohammed, Ravan, Ramavad, Learning, Nikhil, Abir, Skanda, Ice Cold, Tharun, and NCG. They have found it, Sagar, and the move is Rook D8. You also found it, right? It's a nice little move. Can't take it. Super blunder. Mate in one. So d4 is possible. I think d4 is more towards Nepo style. I believe he will go d4. And then
But
c takes, if c takes d4, he
C
also
takes,
has
E
some
takes,
ideas, intermezzos in there.
F4. E takes, Rook D8. I was thinking Bishop E3,
Yeah, to support this.
Queen A4. Still,
Or,
there's D5 now.
yeah, queen a4 always
Queen-
d5.
No, but this time it's different. Queen A4,
Ah, your rook is
D,
not hanging. So you can actually enter in
Bishop
this
A,
line.
Bishop E5. And the position is some
Fizzled out.
compensation for white because of the bishop pair, but nothing special, right?
Yeah, he's a pawn down, but then that leaves like a good chance for, let's say, if this position, we can't say plain equal because Pragg is material up.
Yeah, okay, let's go to the next game. Let's wait later, come back and see what Nepo does. Let's go to Vidit's game. He's playing the in-form Ju Wenjun, and Ju Wenjun beat Alireza Firouzja, the biggest victory of her life yesterday. And let's go to, can we flip the board? I think Vidit is black. So the game starts off with d4, I think. What can we go to the first? D4, knight f6. Vidit goes for the solid queen's gambit declined. Oh, queen's Indian.
Queen's Indian. Bishop
Queen's
a6.
Indian.
Oh,
Queen's
this
Indian is the
line.
modern way.
Hmm.
Sorry,
No, Queen's Indian is a modern way.
of telling that you are a little ambitious with black. So bishop a6. Now, what is the way in which Ju Wenjun defended that pawn on c4?
She went
He went
b3.
b3, which is the main move. Now Vidit must have checked. Bishop d2, come back with the bishop. Yes, bishop g2, come back with the other bishop.
No,
No, he
he
castled.
castles.
Whoa, 95 maybe.
No, but
No,
you
she
always
castle.
have c6 anyway, right? I mean, she
Yeah.
can play 95 as well. She chooses castle, c6, and bishop c3.
Here is very important, Amruta, just to show our viewers
Mm-hmm.
that instead of c6, if you play the move d5, then white can play cd, ed, and this structure is slightly better for white because after knight c3, rook c1, bishop f4, this is very typical knight e5, white keeps a small edge.
Mm.
But if you see what Vidit did, he first played c6. So now if you played whatever knight c3, right, was
Yeah, he
played,
knights bishop
bishop
c3.
c3, now d5. If you take, he will take back with the c pawn, keeping his structure intact.
Oh, nice point there. That is a nice
And
point.
by the way, another thing to note here, which
Mm-hmm.
again we should very much show, is if white plays knight e5 here, no,
Oh, sorry.
after cd,
After
cd,
CD, if knight e5.
knight e5. I want the chat to tell me what is the best move for black here because this again a very typical idea, very not very simple for many people to know. They feel like, oh, now the knight is well placed in the center. We need to challenge it, but you need to challenge it in the right way because otherwise you can get in trouble.
And Sagar, while you are talking and checking, I'm trying to get the Tata Steel bars and give me
Yeah,
a
please do.
moment. But we also have some interesting comments in the chat.
And I hope
What do you hope?
I hope that people did find the right answer here.
Yes, one. Give me a moment there.
Amruta, if you are doing it through browser capture, then make sure that you have put the width and the length as 1600 each. And by the way, guys, you can see Ju Wenjun on your screen here. She is the current reigning women's world champion. And in the frame, you can also see Alireza Firouzja, who's walking around, and Alireza was beaten by Ju Wenjun yesterday. So Vidit, who is playing here with 5 draws, really needs to get going, but it's not at all. It has not been an easy run for him.
Yeah,
While his draws against um,
yeah.
see Amruta, it's very small.
Yes, 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 yes. One second, one second. I will.
His draws, his draws against Nepo, Anish, all of that worked pretty okay. But his draws against Jordan and Max Warmerdam both must have come as a bit of a sort of a pain for him because he really wants to start winning. And there's one more thing which I noticed sometimes is that with it, yes, Knight of D7 is the move I was looking for.
Twin Spaces Sayan, Mayavi, Tanay, Sendilnathan, Adarsh, Sahadeva, Rakshit, Akash, and Divyansh.
Yes. So the thing is, if you play Knight BD7,
But you were saying something, if you can continue that with it, about with it.
yeah, he did not put a recap yesterday on Wilder, which already shows that he is not in that frame of mind where he wants, generally he would put a recap. So
Oh,
the fact that he didn't put means he is just very focused. He wants to somehow win today at all costs, which is also good in one way, but also dangerous because Ju Wenjun is not someone you can take lightly. Just to finish that question, Amruta, instead of knight bd7 and knight d2, if cd, knight e5, that one.
that one, 95.
Then knight fd7, because if knight bd7, there is knight c6, and you lose the bishop, which is not a great thing. But yeah, this knight fd7 keeps challenges the knight, keeps the c6 square controlled. So remember this idea.
I will, Sagar. It's amazing.
Okay, going back to the game, knight bd2 played,
And he
knight
goes knight b7.
bd7. And now Ju Wenjun is thinking, right? Or she's played
No, she's thinking in this position. Rook e1 is one of the moves with these
Rook
ideas
e1,
there.
Queen c2,
Yeah.
Rook c1. There's knight e5, maybe not, because knight e5 you can just take, and then knight d7. I think that should be fine for black.
Yeah.
So
Absolutely.
maybe this position, um, Vidit should be happy with what he's got out of the opening. He's developed all his pieces. He's pressure on the c4 pawn. He can go rook c8 and c5 if needed. So looking good for Vidit. Let's go to the game of Gukesh, because he yesterday managed to beat Nepo, and today he's facing Jordan. And what a position we have on the board.
Oh.
Gukesh, can we go from the start? Let's
Oh
go from the
yes, because
beginning.
you know the opening saga you can
Scotch.
guess here. Knight f3, knight c6. Oh, you know it already. It is
Because if the
scotch.
queen is on f6, it has to be the Scotch.
Yes.
ED,
सागर संकेत से
knight.
सागर भाई को स्टोर रूम में लॉक कर दिया क्या?
I have to actually go and do a haircut right now.
Really?
Yes, I'm trying to find a barber shop here.
अच्छा. Okay. Tell me. Sagar,
ED.
d4, Scotch, e takes d4, knight takes d4. Van Forest has
Amruta,
played that.
did we reach 900?
1 second, I will tell you. By the way, we have reached 14,59,898. Two
Two
subscribers
more.
away. Guys, two for victory. Do subscribe the channel. And we have exciting games. And you're not gonna see Sagar later, so why not subscribe right now? Yes, there we have. There's a screenshot,
Amruta,
Sagar, I will send you. Your rating is
no,
also
don't need to.
2486. No need? Okay, no problem.
So queen f6, knight b3, bishop c5. Oh,
No, he
queen
went queen
g6.
g6.
Okay, knight c3 maybe.
No, he went f3.
Okay.
Then happened very weird actually. Bishop, this bishop developed to d6. By the way,
Yeah, it's
Carlson has played with black this with Yu Yangi.
this bishop is a little weirdly positioned because it blocks the other bishop on c8. But on the other hand, the bishop is looking at those weakened dark squares. And yes, that is a threat, Amruta. Like if you play knight c3,
Oh, actually. Oh, he played knight c3. But then
now
why is
Gukesh
this
can
not
actually take
working?
bishop h2.
Rook h2, queen g3. I mean, you have to move the king. And after queen h2, there is a question.
Knight d5.
What can white do? And white can jump to d5 over
With
here.
idea of
This is
bishop f4.
supported,
Game over.
but bishop f4 is unstoppable. What a trap! Sagar, this is a trap.
Yeah.
It's like black thinks that white fell in the trap, but it's actually black who falls in the trap. Did that
Right.
happen to you in your life? Maybe.
Yeah, it often happens in our normal life as well. We think that we are very smart when we are trying to fool others, but actually we are getting fooled in the long run. So
Are you saying fooling others is already means that you yourself are a fool?
yes,
Okay.
that's the
Take a
thing.
note, all those who fool others are fools themselves.
97. And now knight b5 could be an idea here.
Sorry, knight what?
B5.
He went f4 in the game, but knight b5, this time if you go knight b5,
Now you can
this,
take, yes.
yeah, because the bishop f4 was defended with the knight on d5, and now it's not. So you don't have that idea anymore. Such a strong idea that it means. Very keen to
So
see who has played it later. Okay, so knight
in the
g
game,
e7, f4 was played in the game.
F4 and now bishop B4, I guess, to put pressure on E4.
Yes. Threat
And
is
now
check.
F5.
Yes.
He must have taken on C3 perhaps, I guess.
No, he went queen f6 first with the threat of taking here.
But bishop D2.
Bishop d2 was not played in the game, but if you play bishop d2, then there is a nice
Oh,
tactical idea here. Black to
oh.
play. But let me ask you the second move, not the first move here. The second move. Thoda tough. Like you were expecting some tough questions. Sagar, you really need to sleep because I feel that I am doing some atyachar on you.
Yeah,
You really need to sleep.
yeah.
Okay, while they are second move, guys, second move. Let me see how many of you are able to. Oof, Maya, Sendil, Tanmay, Prakhar, Shubham, Saumyadeep, Nikhil, Parmarth, Ayush, and Meet. They all found it, Sagar. Queen h4 was the move, the second move. That after you remove the defender, and now a check and win this pawn. So that was the idea. That is the reason bishop d2 was a mistake. Van Forest is prepared, so he was tactically, of course, alert. He played bishop d3 and simply did not care about this pawn on c3.
Of course, Gukesh is greedy. He will take it.
Yes.
Take. Bishop D2, Queen F6, castles, knight E5,
He played d6 here,
D6.
king h1, and now he goes bishop d7.
And in a way, if you look at this position, if we see, white has space, but black has an extra pawn, and also the E5 square for the knight. It's a very typical Jordan-like position. And in fact, games between Jordan and Gukesh are always very exciting because there is always clash of ideas. Jordan is happy right now, and I believe even Gukesh is quite happy. But to tell you the truth, it feels like Gukesh might feel a little bit suffocated. Yeah, here, little less space.
That way, if you look, possible. But what really excites me is that Gukesh might think of long castle, which looks scary if
I,
he's able to break here.
I don't think he'll go long castle because
No.
long castle means there is rook b1 and the file is just open on the b file.
But
So
Van Forest is a little bit careful because this idea, like White has to have something, no? How are you going to attack these guys?
I was wondering if we can start with g4, although it looks very
What?
risky.
G4? Going
Yeah, just g4,
aggressive?
g5, g4,
Sagar,
g5.
crushed. I bet you will get crushed.
H6 maybe it's just safe.
H6, G5, and then H5. These are the ideas. It's tough, but
Yeah,
I like that you're attacking here in this position. But A4 is played because you want to prepare for the idea of long castle.
so castle, short castle.
No, he doesn't. He goes knight e5. How long did he think? Actually, 4 minutes. I'm not sure if
And
he's
then
out of his
and then what did
preparation.
white play?
Very unusual move what White played. Very unusual. Can you tell me, do you think it's prep or not? Queen e1. He played after a thought of 5 minutes, but queen e1, like, what is the idea?
Bishop c3 maybe. And also could be queen g3 with the idea of bringing the bishop to g5.
Oh, you want to trap the queen. And wow, queen g3, bishop g5 is so tempting. Like, you force him to play h6. so that in future you want to go g4, g5. Does make sense. So then he's not prepared, right, Sagar? Because if it was preparation, look at the assessment changing. Hello, that was a long, long, long lag. And I am back here. I guess it should be all okay. It was not about the internet, it was about the. It was about the uh, computer just crashing, and the only way I can solve this problem is to give the computer for more than a day, which is not possible. So that's the problem, guys. Well, let me just share. Oh, you have a meeting that is currently in progress. Got it, got it. How do I. Just give me a moment. Hello?
Yeah, hi.
Hi, Sagar. That was a very long lag. Sorry for that. But it's all okay now. It's okay.
Maybe you can start the virtual cam.
Yes, there you go. And I also need to get the bars. Can I get them?
Yes, please. Oh, so Vidit did manage to go c5. So it was queen c2, c5, and then she played dc, dc, and e3.
Okay,
Nice.
I'll just get the.
I, I like with what Vidit's got actually in the opening here. Because it's a position where you can put queen on b6, rooks can come to the central files. It feels like a good position to fight for a win. Like when you want to play for a full point, it
Hmm.
has enough imbalances to do that. So, yeah, looks good for Vidit, I feel.
Looks good. Okay. So this is we actually had left only knight at knight bd7 and
Yeah,
after
queen
queen
c2,
c2
c5, dc,
takes
dc.
takes already he's ready for the hanging
I
pawns.
think he will
But
play queen b6 Amruta here. That's my thought. And then he would put rook c8, rook d8. That's what he would do.
oops, rook c8, rook
No, the
d8.
other rook, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that's actually pretty good for Vidit today to fight for a win against Ju Wenjun. Let's see if he manages to do that. Won't be easy, but yeah,
But what do you think of yesterday's Ju Engine's win against Ali Reza?
I think it was amazing because at some point Ali Reza fought back, and then Ju Wenjun still managed to beat him. That goes to show her fighting skills. Also, Ali Reza, I think, got over ambitious, perhaps, or I don't know what happened. He didn't defend well. So it also shows that Ju Wenjun currently is now firmly the leader of women's chess in the world. Like, of course, she's the world champion, so you can say that. But sometimes, you are the world champion, but you're just playing in women's chess and you're women's world champion. But she's managing to play open events, do well there. She beat many players at Sharjah Masters, now here. So very exciting to see her play. And who knows, maybe she might cross 2600 and then eventually come close to 2700. That would be a big boost for women's chess
Hmm.
because no one in the history of chess apart from Judith Polgar has crossed 2700 in women.
Oh, yeah, that is a very important point, and I think she can then get more invitations if she's able to play well here. So, thanks for sharing your thoughts. Going back to the game of which game do you want to go to, Pragnananda or
Yeah,
Nepo
Pragg.
Blunder? Okay, Pragg already better. Let's go to Pragg's game for sure.
So I think we left it at queen d7.
Mm-hmm. Queen d7. Short castle was played. While we were arguing whether d4 or short castle would be the prep, I thought it would be d4, but it wasn't. And Pragg goes rook d8. Nepo now plays knight c3. Still doesn't take much time, only a minute. And Pragg goes castle. He, in fact, is down to 1 hour 13 minutes. And Nepo goes b4.
Nice move. Actually, Nepo's move is now forcing Pragg to come up with some ideas, because if you take the pawn, white will take back the pawn, and then the rook opens up to the a7 pawn. So that's not a good idea. So Pragg has to decide what to do, because if he doesn't do anything, white wants to take. Like if you go back a move, white wants to take on c5 and isolate the pawn. So one idea is to play knight e6 here to defend the c5 pawn. But I'm not a big fan of this move for a couple of reasons. One is
Mm-hmm.
knight d5 becomes possible, and yeah, it doesn't look that great.
You have to be a little careful with tactics though when you go knight
Oh, knight
d5.
f3 check, huh?
Yeah, knight f3, and this time bishop a1. You can't capture the bishop back, so it's exchange up. So yeah,
But yeah,
yes, knight e6
also,
is possible, Sagar. Also,
I
knight
was
d3 is
wondering if we
possible
could go
defending
c4
this,
here,
and c4 as well.
but
Very
then we need
interesting.
to worry about f4,
Okay,
knight d3, queen c4, knight c1, maybe. I don't know.
knight c1 would be, yeah, rook c1, and
Rook
white is
c1,
simply
queen
happy.
d2,
Queen
queen
c7.
c7, rook c8. I was just wondering if
Nice.
somehow something like this and c3 falls. So
Nice calculation. So many captures happening in the game, which are so forcing in that sense.
yeah, I
This
mean,
is hacking, that is
do you think
hanging.
that
Use.
I'm in good form actually? I can play
Yeah,
chess.
absolutely, Sagar. You should consider. You don't need an engine. When you're back, I will have the engine because I'm not in good form. But all the loose
So
pieces
we are
here.
40 subscribers away from hitting 14 lakh 60,000, which is a nice
No, Sagar, we
aim.
are 1459, 958, and we lost.
42. 42. Guys, let's hit there. I think it would be a great thing to reach. Amruta, whose bar is there right at the bottom?
Liam versus Leon. And Sagar, tell me, if I try to change the, I mean, I have a color updated actually for the bars, but if I try to change it with import theme, do I leak the, what to say, where the files are saved or something like that, or how is
No,
it?
no,
I
no.
don't, yeah? That's nice. Because I can do import theme, and you can't see this, right? I mean, it doesn't matter as such, but
Guys,
let's,
Pragnananda, in a way,
nice.
I would say, has nice position after b4. But as we discussed with Amruta, his next move is not so clear. I mean, should he take on b4? Should he play? He won't take knight e6, seems a possibility.
Yeah, I have changed the
Can we play
colors.
b4?
Here,
Amruta, b4 is there? No, already played.
yes, b4 is played.
This is the live position.
The best way to continue, according to the computer, is either go knight d3 or go knight e6.
93 also. Yeah, 93. I just missed that. Yeah, I think he'll go 93.
Yeah, because for b takes c5, you do have knight c5. In both cases, the idea is same. You want to capture with the
But
knight.
it's a little tricky, because after 93 BC knight c5,
Mm-hmm.
white gets this very nice center. After you move the queen. I don't know where we will move the queen.
Yeah, I
Say
mean,
queen
not so
c4, yeah.
easy actually. Queen c4 or.
And now d4 is a threat. Be careful. Maybe you go queen d3, yes?
Hmm. Just keep blocking this pawn, kya? d2 pawn.
Yeah.
And then you have a nice bishop there, pinning there. Plus, this bishop doesn't really have much here. Your king is safe. Quite an interesting position, but Sagar, still it feels like the position is in some way unusual, and whenever we have seen such a fresh and little bit unusual position on top, there are some mistakes, some inaccuracies which happen. So I'm not sure who's the one who's gonna make that first.
Yeah. Amruta, have we hit
Oh
14 lakh
yes, I will do
60,000?
the browser based for
Because it's a
tomorrow,
big,
but
big
we
milestone. You know, when we hit 14 lakh 60,000, uh, the YouTube will change from 1.45 to 1.46.
oh, I didn't
Yeah.
get that. That is a good one. That's a good one. Guys, do subscribe. And by the way, Clinton says, I just bought Chespa. I have to say, amazing creativity. Could you suggest training camps or coaches in Mumbai, if any? We do have, okay, but that would be, we do have a Yakob Agad camp in the month of February and have a
Also,
whole article
also, if you
written there.
want a beginner's coach, you can write to us at chessbaseindia@gmail.com and we'll suggest you a few. But yeah, Chesspa and Chess Adventure Park and the Chesspa activity books have shaped up beautifully. I would say these are really going to be something that the kids are going to enjoy, and we are going to see it being used a lot more. If you want to get it for your kids, for your friends' kids, for your nephews, niece, whoever they are in your relatives who want to start playing chess, we heartily recommend it for anyone who's at the age of 2 years and above.
And Rakshit says audiobook for Chespa or some chess stories in the future. Yes, that is absolutely the plan for Sagar, and we will be working on his voice and rag and everything, Sagar, in the morning. Yes,
Can we go to Gukesh's game?
absolutely. Also, Anish we have not seen. Anish versus
Let's go to
Maghsoodloo.
Anish's game.
Maghsoodloo. From the top, should I take it? I'm just trying to deal with the cameras as well, Sagar, because you got used to it, and I think it's pretty good, decent right now, I would say. But yeah, there you go. We'll have Anish. Knight f3 again on the board. Today it's a knight f3 day. d5, g3, bishop g2, bishop g4, and he goes h3. Bishop h5, c4, e6, d4, knight b d7, c takes d5. Oh, by the way, we
Indeed.
have, yeah, 21 subscribers away. E takes d5, knight c3, knight f6, and Anish goes knight e5 here. And it has been played by Max Warmerdam before, by the way. But knight e5, bishop d6, played by Maghsoodloo, and Anish goes f4. So is he getting this 95 way too early or what? Like 95 and f4? Because White seems very happy according to the evaluation bar. Here he short
Yeah,
castled.
I think Maghsoodloo seems to have messed up the opening, and Anish has a great position. Also, we must remember that Anish is currently leading the tournament, and if he wins this one, that would be a huge victory for him.
Yeah, Anish is on 4 out of 5. At 1 point lead. Pragg, Abdusattorov and Firouzja and Wijk on 3 out of 5. So that is amazing, no? 1 point lead
1 point
already.
lead. Wow,
Yeah,
massive.
that is really massive after 5 rounds. Followed by Guki, VD, Max, Nepo, and Ding on 2.5 out of 5. So yeah, that's how it is.
Now there's one simple threat here that you want to play f5 and trap the bishop. So maybe Maghsoodloo has to deal with that firstly.
And how do you deal with that? Because bishop
I
e4,
was thinking if we can go bishop e4,
yeah,
but
seems,
then I take knight e4, right?
correct. And if knight takes e4, now is actually an important moment, a decision to make. This is the bishop you love when you play g3 and bishop g2. Would you want to part away with it or keep it? A question also to the chat. Do you want to keep the bishop or give it away? That's the decision you need to make.
I think I would part away with it if I can continue with something concrete
Mm-hmm.
after it, which
Keep
looks
it,
like
keep it, take it.
take queen c2, attack the e4 pawn, and then if he plays f5, I can go queen b3.
Your queen b3, huh?
I was thinking first start with queen c2 so that
Queen
f5.
c2, if f5, then you want to go queen b3. Yeah, oh, this is
Yeah,
deadly with the knight and this pawn. For sure, the only thing is he's not going to play f5 here, but knight f6,
knight f6.
defending the pawn. But why did you not go queen b3 directly? Because you are threatening the same thing,
I
attacking
thought
this and
castles.
this. Ah, with
Yes.
castles and queen b7, and you thought there will be compensation here.
Yeah, I guess black should be okay here, maybe.
Uh, black white is still better. White is still better, but this is playable. I would say that Maghsoodloo kind of position. He loves such composition. We have seen him sacrificing pieces yesterday also with Ding Liren. So Maghsoodloo wouldn't mind giving this pawn for sure. So he has castled, and after bishop e4, Sagar, when you said, yes, guys, a good idea is to actually part away with this bishop, but it makes sense only if you want to win the material. Because at this point, if you don't take this pawn, then you are even worse.
Yeah.
Hmm. So if you want to give the bishop here, then you take the pawn. Otherwise, you don't give the bishop. That's the point. Yes. So yeah, Sagar. So we have seen Anish also, Pragg also, and Vidit as well. Do you want to right now go to sleep because you're really, really tired?
Yeah. I want to reach 14.6 and then go.
Let me check. Let me check. Guys, if you want Sagar to go and sleep, then we have 14,59,985. They don't want you to go, then they will not help us reach
Oh,
Sagar.
by the way, knight d3, rook b1 has happened.
93 b4, 93 rook b1, and Pragg goes bishop g5 over here.
Pragg is
And
very greedy, yes.
what?
Pragg wants to take the h6 pawn.
Ooh, yes, and here computer says that you give up this bishop for the knight. It's such a hard move to give that bishop away for no reason, isn't it? Isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know if there must be some reason. No, you can't do it without reason.
Yeah, and Sagar, they definitely don't want you to go. So that's the reason we are not going to reach 459.9. This is what they are saying in the chat also. Unsubscribe. तुसी ना जाओ, says Rakshit. बोलो.
Yeah, but why would you give it up and then what? Do you play e5 and followed by f5? Like, why would
You
you do this?
knight e6. You want
Knight
to go?
e6,
Hmm.
rook d1.
Rook d1. Then there is knight g5. Where do you go? First question is, where do you go?
Okay, Amruta, I think Nepo has played his move after
And
bishop
look at
g5.
this, no, knight h3 with the threat. Here you have pressure, and where if you leave the square, queen f5, there is pressure over here. Queen on f5, also some things hanging. So that these were all. It was getting tactical, but he goes bishop g5, which I believe very humanly move. And Nepo, no, Nepo, what did he play? He's thinking.
He hasn't played yet. Yeah.
No, he isn't played. He is thinking right now.
So let's go to the game of Gukesh. He brought the other knight to c6.
A4, knight e5, queen e1 was played as we saw the last move, and Gukesh goes knight 7 c6. Rook goes to b1, and Gukesh, there is a very, very, very crazy recommendation by the computer. I want to
c5. Yeah.
ask the chat. Black to play.
Is it g5?
Let's wait first for the chat to say something. Black to play. What is the crazy recommendation by the computer? And
a5 also is an idea, I guess. a5 b6. Yes.
ooh, I've got only one person answering that.
What is it?
Oops, I haven't updated that. It is Rook G8, Sagar. Oops, wait a second. Rook
I want to short
G8.
castle actually. How bad is it?
Okay, only Kailash had got it, and now Drakshit, not now. What did you want? Short castle here after Rook B1. Let's say you go short castle. It's not at all like bad or losing or anything like that. But White has ideas with Rook F4, Rook H4, G4, G5. You wanted to do this, right? G4, G5. So I think this is the weakness here after short castle.
Oh,
But it is
now
possible.
g4.
It is
Now
absolutely
g4.
possible.
Amrita, now g4.
Mm-hmm.
H6. H4. One of the ideas of Queen E1.
Ah, you have
But but
defended
but but
h4 and you
but
want to. But
but
it's a trap.
g4 is hanging. Sorry. Anyway,
Oh, I forgot. You can't play that. So, rook b1. So, not castle, but Sagar, rook g8.
did Gukesh play it?
No, 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 no. He didn't play it, but I think it is so his kind of move that he will definitely consider it because rook
Very
g8
unlikely.
and g6 is a break which you want.
G5.
Oh, he plays a5. He makes the move. He's played
Yes.
a5.
This
Oh,
was one of my thoughts. A5 with the idea of b6 dominating the knight on b3.
the pawn is the knight's enemy, yeah? That's what you wanted to do.
Okay, can we go to Vidit's game?
Yes.
And can we quickly see if we can hit 14.6 because I really need to leave.
No, Sagar, you can leave. You don't have to be dependent on 14.6. You can absolutely leave.
I would like to see it happen.
Okay, guys, come on.
Oh, rook f8. See, Amrita, you don't say anything. The moment you speak, people unsubscribe.
So I'll bring my dinner. I will be having dinner, relaxed, Shanti say. It's the easiest thing to do. I'll just keep the full screen, keep switching. Maybe I'll try that today. That's a good idea, actually.
7,
Are you doing
7,
countdown? Nice. Okay.
6, 7, 8. उल्टा काउंटडाउन चल रहा है अभी.
नहीं ये नहीं हो सकता है. Okay, let's go. Rook f8. You were talking about Vidit, Sagar. What was that?
Our subscriber count is always a fight between the good and the evil. Who wins?
No, they just love you so much, Sagar, that they don't want you to go. That's the whole point. And
Amruta is saying sentences, just giving some stupid ideas.
no, I'm not. Okay, I'll keep quiet, absolutely quiet. But what I'm trying to say is do not get
You already
attached.
did the damage.
You told me attachments are not good. Don't feel attached, right? So then you can leave when you want to. And then maybe 100 people will subscribe because they.
रहता है ना वो दादाजी और दादी माँ बोलते हैं कि पोता देख के जाएंगे जिंदगी में अब।
नहीं, बेटे की शादी देख के जाएंगे ऐसे भी होता है, बेटे या बेटी पोते की
एक ही तो
जरूरत
इच्छा
नहीं।
बची है अब जीवन में कि पोता के साथ खेल के जाऊं,
हाँ।
14.6 देख के जाऊं। एक्चुअली 14.6 क्यों बोल रहा हूँ मैं वो भी मुझे पता नहीं। 1.46 है।
सब कर दो गाइस, सब कर दो. I'm sure it's going to be a seesaw. We will keep analyzing for now. Either at. That's a good idea, Tan. I like it. And Ulan Antao is saying hi from UK. Hello.
Amruta, maybe I have to sacrifice my life so that we reach 14 like 60,000.
No, then for only these many, you don't have to sacrifice your life. You will have to sacrifice your life for at least a lot more. इसमें 100 में क्या मतलब है? Okay, let's go. Let's focus on the analysis, because we are not gonna get your expert comments when you go away.
No, it's done. I
You done?
analyzed all the games expertly.
Okay. So where are you right now? Is the question from people? I mean, is it a room or is it some place which you don't want to reveal? Don't reveal, in fact. But is it a
Sorry,
room or not? Is that a room or not?
some cafe. I am in some cafe.
Okay, got it.
पांच
Guys.
पांच लोग कर दो दोस्तों,
Oh.
कर दो। चार, तीन, दो, एक,
Wait, I moved my live subscriber.
एक। ओ हो गया।
ओ नहीं, कम ऑन, एक होने के बाद, अरे सागर मत जा, उल्लू बनाया था। ठीक है, चल, हो तो गया, हो गया। Okay, there you go. Sagar, are you trying to do like Samay, that you're here around and then you will come back, or you have literally gone? But, guys, first of all, let me check if Sagar is here or no. No. Maybe not. No, Sagar is not here. But you all have subscribed right now. So thank you so much for fulfilling Sagar's wish and taking it 1460014. I don't know if at all, as Sagar said on YouTube, if that gets updated 1.46. But that would be nice. I do not know that. Oh, by the way, Itachi, when you talk about Ganguly, we will have him as a guest one of the days. So, yes, that would be very nice to have him. Harish says, Agar you have done, it's time to relax and take rest. I do think he really needs to sleep, so I'm happy. Right now, he's gone. It's the rare time when I'll say I'm happy that he's gone. But thank you guys for subscribing. We all had our fun. Okay, and the games are super interesting. Absolutely. Maybe I'll refresh and see if we have. No, it is 1460. It is about 1460. So that, after ChessBase India celebrated 8 years yesterday, this is a very nice gift from all of you to keep subscribing. So thanks for all your support. Going back to the game, we have Nepo over there thinking intensely for bishop g5 move. How long has he been thinking? It's been 12 minutes since Pragg played this bishop g5, which has a very simple idea, wanting to grab a pawn, and Nepo here in a very dynamic position has some ideas. He can take on c5, that's one of the possibility, What else do you see for Nepo, guys? If not b takes c5, what are the options? This position particularly is a very unusual position, as we were discussing, and not like the conceptual, the kind of positions and openings which has had a lot of ancient games, classics. You know the ideas, you know what exchanges are good, you know which files are good for your rooks, you know what pawn breaks are good. So it's not like that kind of a position. This is a fresh one, so they will be using a lot of time, as I am predicting. What are your ideas here for white? Anish is better. What? By the way, we also have bar. Firstly, we have changed colors, and the second thing is that they are getting real time updated, because this time we had put it through browser. Whatever Rakshit has told us to do, we have done that. So the bars will be updated. If you look at a roundup, maybe I can add even more bars, which I will try to do. But right now on the screen, Jordan versus Gukesh. Gukesh has very slight initiative. Nepo versus Pragg. Uh, that is very slight initiative with white, but it is very close to complicated. Also, Vidit, Venjun, still unclear. Anish having a great advantage against Parham. So we must go there. Salem versus Divya. That is, Salem is having a better position. I think both of them, the style does match. Rash players. Stefan versus Harika, that's close to equal, and Leon is having a slightly inferior position. That is the roundup. Looking at the bars, we will get more bars as well. But your ideas, f4 and f5 is an idea which all of you are suggesting. F4, very natural. You are attacking this bishop. The bishop takes the pawn, and now you want to go f5. And there it is. Computer hates it absolutely, because first you lost one pawn and now you are losing another pawn. How are you losing the pawn? How do you remove the defender? Sometimes the tactical answers are nothing to do with the moves. It's only the themes you need to know. And what's the theme? What is the theme here? Yes, guys, your move is right. And what is the theme? The theme is, by the way, let me also get the chat chess moves. There you go. We have it. Knight C1 by Shobha, Arunima, Rachit, Hemant, Deepesh, Chinna, Rahul, Abir, Mandar, and Kailash. They've all found it, and many more people have found it. The move is Knight C1, removing the defender. Yes, this is a move which we do not, prefer usually, because the knight has done a lot of hard work to reach here and then taking the useless bishop. But in this case, the difference is you are winning a pawn, and this is the position you have to assess whether when is the right time to take the bishop and win the pawn. At this point, definitely it is, because after the move f5, you have weakened your e3 pawn and the dark squares and activated the bishop. So that changes it all. So bishop g5, Pragg's move. Now Nepo has to think what to do. How many people had suggested anything else? Then f4? No, not really much. So this is a tough position. Nepo will need some time to think. Can we go to quickly check Gukesh's game? Because after a5, oh, that's a long thought by Van Forest. He's been thinking for 12 minutes after a5. So he is, yeah, he is soon going to match the time with Gukesh. Gukesh on 58 minutes. Anish, who is 1 point sole lead. Oh, this has happened on the board. Let me just bring Anish on the camera. There we have Anish Giri. on screen. So we were looking at this happened bishop f4 with the idea of trapping the bishop. Bishop went to e4, takes, knight takes, bishop takes, pawn takes, and Anish does go queen b3. So he had to take a decision whether to give the bishop and win a pawn. He went for that. Remember, guys, how many of you had chosen to give up your bishop? All of you are matching with Anish's choices. So bishop takes e5 was played by Maghsoodloo, which is not a nice move there. Bishop takes e5. With what will you capture? The f pawn or the d pawn? That's a question for all of you right now. Another decision. Anish's game full of decisions. What will you play here? fe5 or d5? Let's see, guys. Keep bars like b1, b2, b3. Like the board. Ooh, there is a big fight between fe5 and d5. Let me just show you here. The fight between fe5 and d5 is very nice. But it seems like fe5 is winning because of very natural thing that you are opening your rook and you are attacking the f7 guy. You have a beautifully ready-made rook placed on f1. So fe5, the most natural move, all of you who chose, then the answer is short castle. And White's advantage you saw went down. Why is that so? How come d5 is a powerful move which actually Anish finds on the board? And I believe for Maghsoodloo, when it took here, I believe that for him also he considered fe5 more intensely than d5 because of such a natural nature of that move, opening the file, opening the bishop. That is the reason. But Anish plays d5 and I'm sure that it was underestimated by Parham Maghsoodloo. And now if he tries to short castle, the problem queen b7, knight b6, in the same situation, if this pawn was on d4, the queen would be attacking it. That would be the big difference. But now the queen is not attacking. Also, you develop your bishop. Also, yes, exactly. Well done, Rajeshwari. Another point is that look at the pawn chain. After, let's go back to this point because it was an important moment. After fe5, one more structural change. Have you guys observed what happens after fe5? Oh, Neela, Kates, that was amazing. Even before the question was asked, you did find out. Shreyas, Tan, well done there. Pawn islands. You see that fe5 disconnected the pawn from the g3 pawn, and now white is having 3 pawn islands, whereas black has 2 pawn islands. So in this scenario, after you took with the pawn, castle, queen takes b7, knight went to b6, the queen attacks the d4 pawn, and where you, of course you can go bishop e3, you can defend, but the knight jumps in again with a tempo, attacking this guy over here. And here black has great compensation for the pawn. This dark square pawns with the dark square bishop, with these weaknesses, Maghsoodloo is very happy with such a position. So that is the reason d5 was played, and for sure it was underestimated. He understands that it is pointless to give up the pawn at this point because after bishop e3, knight d5, there is no such compensation. The bishop is very active. This is a very solid pawn chain and this is weak. In fact, black is in big trouble. So he goes knight b6 and cannot really short castle, stops queen takes b7. But Anish, being a sole leader, 1 point up already, Maghsoodloo missing such a key move d takes e5, or underestimating. I'm sure he did not miss two moves, forced moves. So here Anish has a chance to win this very crucial game and to take another leap into the sole lead. Wow. Wow. Can we have a full screen for a while? Why bishop e3, not queen c6? Are you talking about after d takes e5 or f takes e5, Itachi? So there Anish has assessed, he knows that he is better. Of course, this is a position, his assessment, he would know it's not at all tough. Iceland. Yeah. Okay. Let's go back to the screen, and the question is d takes. After d takes, this was the question that after d takes e5, if castle, queen b6, knight b6, queen b7, knight b6, why bishop e3? Why can we not take queen takes c6? It's a very good question. Would be similar that there would be a check incoming. You can't develop bishop e3, you defend this guy here, and if you move your king somewhere, then next move, black's pieces are getting tempy. Rook coming to c8, attacking the queen. Where do you go with the queen? Queen b5 or something. The rook jumps into c2. You can see, with these pawns, there are these weaknesses. Feels a lot for that pawn. Maybe two pawns, yeah? Yeah, but too much compensation. So that is the reason, but it was a good question. Why can't you take another pawn? Why can you not be even more greedy? But you can't. So knight b6, and Anish, what move should he play now? White to play. What move should Anish play now? And guys, while we are talking, we are right now at 14 lakh 60,051 subscribers. Today we did hit 14 lakh 60,000 while Sagar was there, and as soon as that was reached, he disappeared. So we will be surprising him after a few days. That would be his birthday, so we will surprise him with some goal. That would be epic. Bishop e3. Yes, I think many of you are suggesting a move bishop e3. E6 is also very tempting for a few people there, going e6 with the king in the center. The only problem is, as much as the move looks tempting, black can castle, and if you take here rook f7, and it is fine. It is fine for black. He is, what's the material? Oh, it's equal pawns, but he's got some time. The knight will come to d5. It cannot be kicked away because this pawn is blocked. So once this knight gets on d5, this is protected. The here you have to keep in mind that these are the irritants in white's position, weakening the king. That's the reason, uh, though Anish has a better position, he will be have to be careful not to fall for just plain temptations. It's more than that. Maghsoodloo absolutely not liking his position. Generally, he is way more relaxed, but he knows that in the opening, what has he done? In such a critical round, a chance to beat the sole leader, but this is not that position. So, knight b6 played, and Anish will develop, as many of you have mentioned, the move bishop e3, stopping queen d4 forever. And if knight d5 right now, here, of course, you can play bishop c5 and stop castle, but there is another interesting move that white can play. What's the move? Are you calculating? What's the move which white can play, which is very, very interesting? Calculate, guys, calculate. Be Anish right now. Be Anish and calculate. Okay, let me just check quickly what are your thoughts. Rook d1, queen b7. So how many of you are... What was the move? Over here. Queen b7 has been suggested by Shubham, Nikhilesh, Mandar, Shanmukha, Gunay, Mandar, Nyan, Sam, Adarsh, and Charlie. You guys have gone fearless, taking this pawn there. Queen takes b7, and this time not worrying about the whole piece here. What's the calculation? I'm sure you guys calculated a check, because if queen d7, then there is queen a8 and you lose the rook. Makes sense in a check, that too with a check. But what if the king moves to e7? Did you calculate for this? What is the move here? Quickly, quickly. King e7 or king f8? What is the move? What will white play? Shobha, Tan, Adik, Shubham. Great speed, queen c5 check, and that is where you have to remember, loose pieces drop off. Knight on e3 will be lost, queen takes e3, and just count a material. Here you have this extra pawn, here you have this extra pawn, but more important, even more important, that these two pawns is something very, very basic, even more important than the two pawns. What just happened? If you remember, one of the rapid, I think was it rapid, Pragg versus Arjun, find a video on ChessBase India where an illegal move happened. Yes, exactly. You know, the king went back. So Pragg had moved the king with Arjun, it had gone back, and after some moves he just completely forgot about it. And then what he did was he castled. And Arjun is like, come on, this is an illegal move. And then Pragg is like, oh my god, how could I do that? How could I miss that? So that's a very nice video on ChessBase India where Pragg made this illegal move, and it was so funny, hilarious. Yeah, so you can't even castle this, completely lost. So bishop e3 would be Anish, clearly better, a very, very big thing for a soul leader with the white pieces. This could completely change his, journey in this tournament. Okay, let's go to Nepo versus Pragg, because they had the craziest game going on today. After bishop g5 was played, Nepo made the move b takes c5. He took 20 minutes and he captured this pawn. Pragg, I would believe, did not think much. Yes, he didn't think much. You see, he had 1 hour 32 seconds, and now after the move was played, he had 59 minutes 59 seconds. Knight takes c5, queen goes to c4. This is the position we were looking at as well with Sagar, where we were looking at the move queen d3, stopping this pawn, blocking this pawn. So Pragg has queen d3 ideas. He can also go back knight d3 and block the pawn. These two are definitely the moves which Pragg would be thinking right now. And Divya, by the way, is walking there. So let's also have a look at challengers, because is she having a comfortable position? Hema asks, can queen b4 be played? I don't know exactly where you were asking. Was it over here, queen b4? Because, black is looking at knight d3, and with the queen on b4, it would be a tempo. So that's the reason it may not be a nice idea there. Queen c4. Okay, so while Pragg is thinking, let's go to Gukesh's game, because his opponent after a5, yes, after a5, oh, too much has happened in the game. A5 was played, and you remember, if I had asked the move rook g8 would be a crazy move, but he played a5. Van Forest goes knight c1 and decides to, the knight has no future here, so the knight completely changes the career. He goes back to c1. Where is it heading? Can you see, guys? Where is it heading? The knight. Which square? It's like already the knight is, let's say, gone to a travel agent, booking a ticket. कहाँ जाना है? Rahul, we already have a video for ChessBase. Are you saying app? You want to go to f4? हाँ, but e2 के बाद कहाँ? Where after e2? Knight c3, knight e2. आगे का सोचो. Think ahead, guys. d5. You want to go to d5. So that means you want to go here, you want to go here, and you want to go here. Isn't it? The d5 square definitely looks good, but even from f4, the h5 could be a good idea based on the situation if you are able to bring in more pieces for the attack. But one thing is for sure, the knight is going to go to f4, and then he will decide, okay, I changed my career, I did this and that, and now I have to think of specialization. Should I do this or this? At that point, it will see what interests him. But knight c1 also opens the rook, so b7 is attacked. So a classy move by Van Forest, but Gukesh has prepared. He goes knight b4, and look at this. He is saying that here I am giving you a pawn, ab4. The pawn can be taken with the rook or with the queen, and but Gukesh has essentially given up a pawn. What does he have in mind here? I am unable to understand. Guys, what does he have in mind? What has Gukesh calculated? What's your suggestion for black here in this position? So what has Gukesh played? What is his idea? Why did he give up a pawn? Let's not forget he was a pawn up. Bishop a4 or rook a4, right? That's what comes to the mind first, that, oh, he is winning the pawn back if you take bishop a4, but there is a big problem. A very big problem, and that's a big blunder. Can you tell me why? Once again, lot of questions. All those who are ready for training and improving the tactics. Let's see how good you are, how fast you are. Guys, we have reached 14,60,064 subscribers. Let's make it 100 subscribers. Oh, well done, well done, well done. Let me just show you the chat chess moves right now, and we have how many people? Yes, 18 people got the right answer. Abir, Pankaj, Ice Cold, Meera, Nikhilesh, Srividya, NSS, Mrs. Kalyani, Manan, and Abhishek. Yes. So the point is rook takes a4. If rook takes a4, then you lose material. Bishop b5 check. That is why bishop a4 doesn't work. And even if you play the move rook a4, then you simply capture the b7 pawn. So Gukesh would not gain anything here much. But I believe his idea after rook b4 was not to capture this at all, because it is equal material, to completely ignore it and to simply defend a pawn on b7, short castle, and what he has done is isolate the pawn, bring another rook, and just make this a pawn as a target, because if he wins that pawn, it will be isolated and he will be a pawn up. So very, very interesting plan by Gukesh. Knight b4, a b4, rook b4, that Oh, sorry, that did not happen. Queen g3 was played. Van Forest says, no, I'm not interested in winning this pawn. So he goes queen g3. Gukesh plays h6 because bishop g5 was trapping the queen. Knight goes to e2, following up with the move knight c1 and intending knight f4, knight h5 with the queen on g3. That would be very, very powerful. Gukesh plays g5. Now here you don't want the knight to be on f4. Also here you don't feel like castling. So this is a person who likes to attack many times, doesn't like that he is under attack. So that is also one of the reason that you want to get out of that situation. And while you do that, you find moves like g5. I would say Gukesh for sure would have considered a move like long castle as well, because you have these ideas of g6 and breaking open, all of that. But now your knight is on b4 and rook b4, your whole plan of pressurizing the a side just doesn't connect. So yet you can, in fact, long castle is possible, but he goes g5, opens the g file, f takes g6, the rook opens up, queen takes g6. Gukesh asks for a queen exchange, because if queen g6, f g6, and this exchange absolutely favors black with his king in the center. Powerful knight in the center as a blockade as well. Look at this bishop, pretty useless. So also the a4 pawn continuously weak. So Van Forest does not take it, but he goes back to f2, and now that is a big mistake. Look at the evaluation bar dance. Look at this. This was plus 0.8 with not the most powerful engine, and this is minus 1.5. Oh my god, that is like a close to a blunder. That is the level of assessment which has changed. And firstly, why is this a mistake? Secondly, what should have white played? Let's try to understand why is this move a mistake. Or is there no complex mathematics here? Oh, maybe no, because all of you are so right that you are taking this bishop, take, and you are winning a pawn here with knight takes d3. Now the queen is attacked. There is no time for rook b7. If the queen comes to d4, because there is a double attack, are you losing material? Oh, what do you do here? Black to play. Black to player. What do you play? What do you play? There's a double attack, and I am sure many people want to. Let me just show you this. Very interesting. Many people want to double defend. Knight e5, yes, stops the attack. But rook g8, found by NSS, Shanmukha, Vaibhav, Hemant, Grand, Kalyani, Sam, Darshit, Bharti, and Mandar. And 18 people tried to double defend over here, but that doesn't work. Knight e5 is a, okay, we will get there, but the point is rook g8 is the right move. That's an intermezzo because you're threatening mate in one, checkmate in one, no time to take this. And then save your knight aram se, not just your knight, but in a way it was a triple attack. You also saved the b7 pawn. Gukesh has played knight takes d3. We might reach, I don't think this position, but rook g8 is the savior. People who had mentioned knight e5, wanting to double defend both the guys here, The problem with this move is it is a blunder, but only for one reason. And what is that reason? Today it's a day of tactics. There you go, Gukesh wins the pawn. And has Van Forest realized it that something's really missed? Or does he think Gukesh has made a mistake? Can't really understand with his expressions, but what is the move in this situation which Van Forest would have seen? And that's why he never really thought that he has made a mistake. Which is the move? White to play. It is not easy to understand. Let me show you what you guys are saying right now, because it's a tough question there. And you can see rook b7, knight f4, and so many other moves because it's a tough question. Going back to the position and understanding the move rook b7, you see, loses the advantage. This is the position where we want to understand why this move is not a good move and why a move knight f4 is an important move here. Firstly, you have attacked the queen, so that's a natural move to consider. Where do you go? Because you cannot move the queen on the f file. There's knight d5 and knight c7 is a threat. If queen goes back to d8, then jumps in rook b7 with all these threats, with the king in the center, with this, oh, massive attack. So that doesn't work. You can't go queen f6. Where else do you go? Queen g5, another disco attack would come with many possibilities. You don't even want to get there. So queen g4, queen g7, let's say something like this you try to do. Queen g4, for example, and rook b7 incoming. Your king is busted. The rook, it's just very powerful. But then the question is, why is rook b7 earlier, not changing the whole scenario? Why is this move a problem? To be very honest, I love this move as well, with the idea in hand knight f4, knight d5. But it is very, I would say it would be difficult to assess this. So no wonder that Van Forest has gone wrong. No wonder. But Gukesh taking the pawn is ultimate. You see, here this is the reason why rook b7 is very precisely not the right idea, because by force comes bishop c6, attacks the rook, and when you capture another pawn, here is the move which is the key move, taking the pawn on e4 and threatening a checkmate and threatening to exchange the queens. This is the point. And the final point, if queen f2, black to play. And hats off to this guy, to this dhokebaz meter, not giving any dhoka, but I would say this is so close to impossible. How many of you will find it black to play? Is it possible that Gukesh has calculated things like these? Because it would be insane. Completely insane. First, I thought Van Forest has blundered. Now I realized absolutely not. Van Forest sees this as such a tempting idea to get into the queen side with rook b7, give up the pawn. But Gukesh is just not worried. How can he go for knight d3 move in the game? Has he calculated all of this? Because look at Anish right now. Oops. There we have the full screen, and let's go to the current position. Current position is nothing, guys. It's the same 93 which we had seen. But all of you who have oh, nice, nice. This deserves reading out the names: Mrs. Kalyani, Dhanush, Venkatesh, Utkarsh, Darshit, NSS, Meera, Robin, Harsh, and Vaibhav. That's the right move there. Going King D8. And look at this insane rook. It is trap. It's a rook trap. Hoof. So I think what Gukesh is saying is, for all those who want to see the live board, it's this position we are at where Gukesh picked up the pawn. It was a big decision because with the king in the center, he is allowing such tactics with too many weaknesses there. G file open, sometimes just out of nowhere, out of the blue, checkmate being threatened. I think it's getting crazy. Van Forest will have to calculate. I think queen d4 is something he will have to go to, at least practically put Gukesh in a position where he needs to find the most accurate moves and keep it complicated. So queen d4, definitely I think Van Forest will go. But otherwise, for all those who are very curious about, if not queen f2, if this whole thing doesn't work, then what should have Van Forest gone for? That was the question. And the question wasn't so difficult because not takes that we analyzed because the endgame is good for black, but to keep the queens, and he had queen e3 keeping this defended. That was a possibility. You cannot short castle also. This is also in pressure, but there would also be queen on h4 could be a possibility with calculating all of these things. So this is the current position on Gukesh's board. Van Forest may be about to play, not sure. But shall we move to the other games? By the way, if you look at Pragnananda's game, after knight d3, a4 was played by Nepo. Also, keep a watch on Van Forest because it is an important moment. What happens next? We have to follow every move. It's so interesting, so tactical. So a4 has been played. Bishop h6. Pragg captures the pawn. And the idea behind a4 was to develop the bishop to a3. So bishop a3 by Nepo. Pragg now simply brings back the bishop to g7. So this bishop started this journey like this and back to square one. Nepo goes, what has he played? Has he moved a queen or what? a5. Oh, he's gone a5. It's creating a weakness here on b6. He's wanting to isolate the pawn there. But let's not forget, Nepo is a pawn down. An important thing. So Nepo is a pawn down, yet he is having the initiative. That definitely says a lot about the position that Pragnananda will have to be careful. Because even if he loses the pawn later, it's not just, about equal material, but it's white's pieces are so beautifully placed. Ready to enter here. This is a weakness there. The knight could be any moment ready to jump in with such a pin on the 7th rank. So all of these things are in the air. a5 played by Nepo. Pragg has a task to do. He's down to 40 minutes. Nepo having 25 minutes more than Pragnananda. So Pragg needs to be solid today after a5. Guys, today many games are interesting, but which game, according to you, is the most interesting for today? Until now, which is the most interesting game for you? No, guys, Pragg is absolutely not losing. Anish, Vidi, Guki. Arre. I think Anish, because he's the sole leader and then he's got such a huge advantage for such a critical game. But Gukesh, clearly the most interesting game for all of you. Yeah, Gukesh's game. Okay, so that's clear. Going to Vidit's game, because we have not been able to follow up what's going on over there since a while. Let's just have Vidit and Ju Engine on the camera and see. We left at, I believe, Rook FD8 takes, and these are the pawns. What do we call these pawns? Very simple question for people who have watched this consistently, but for all the newcomers, what are these pawns called? Asim says, if queens are off the board, then who will have the advantage in Ian game? Let me go there and answer your question. No, not isolated pawns. It's like you are with your friend and you're saying I'm alone. We both are alone. You're saying we both are alone. Which is a very common thing. Yeah, we would do this. We used to do this. At least I used to with my English. We both are alone. Yes, hanging pawns. Well done. So these are the hanging pawns. They are called as. You see, they are two pawns together and the adjacent files opened up. So they are in front of the open files for your opponent's rook. So these are the hanging pawns. E takes d5, and that gives a lot of dynamic play, which Vidit has gone for knight e5. He takes the knight, one minor piece exchanged. Now he goes rook c8, both the rooks, taking care of the hanging pawns. Ju Engine jumps in with the queen to f5, and Vidit calmly goes g6. Point to note is the queen from b6 defends the f6 knight. Ju Engine goes back to f3 over here and saying that I'm not at all afraid of any disco. You can go to any disco, but I don't really care. That's what she's saying. And Vidit here has a task to do to find some ideas and some plan. It's a slow position. I mean, it's a very dynamic position, but there is a lot of planning to be done. At which point would you like to, you are constantly going to be alert to see when you can push either of the pawn. You push this pawn, you will get a passer, but then you're giving up on a very beautiful square. If you push this pawn, then it's a complete passer, but can it become weak? So constantly the attention is on these guys. It's like, you're in 9th and you're in 10th and 12th, and it's the whole attention is like all surrounding your exams, board exams, that kind of a thing. So going back to Gukesh's game, because we cannot miss that. Knight d3 was played, and there you go. Van Forest still not made a move, and I believe he would be thinking for a long time here. A long time. Oh, Harika winning. Shall we have a look at Challengers game? Let's go. Let's have the hall for a while. Or maybe we can have Gukesh's game so that we get to know when. Yeah, it's there. So let's look at firstly Leon with the black pieces here playing with Vrolik. He is under some trouble. This is the current position. Knight nicely placed here. But why is he under some trouble? That is the question. Because he definitely has a beautiful square on d3, but yeah, even white's knight on d4 has a nice square on c6. That is one reason. Plus your bishop on a6 here, defending the c4 pawn, the isolated pawn. Okay, Leon is in slight trouble, but I don't think it is something where he cannot get out of it that way. So Leon versus Vrolik. We saw going to Salim versus Divya right now. Salim is white, Divya is black. We have been seeing Divya getting up, walking around, seeing the openings of Pragg and Gukesh and Vidit, Anish, all the games. So she seems to be in control, has a nice bishop here, but you don't really worry about the b1 square as such. Is she going to be looking at ideas like e5 at some point? Because when you have the pawn in the center, these are the two pawn breaks which we look out for. So these are the two ideas she will keep in hand, and also bishop e4 at some point on this diagonal. Definitely. Oh, moves are happening in Gukesh's board. Can we go there very quickly? Because we don't want to miss that. What did he play? CD3, knight d3, queen d4, and Gukesh had to make this move. Obviously, he's going to make this move. Rook g8 and intermezzo. So many of you found out. Not knight e5, allowing knight f4 and all those complexities. After this move, knight g3. Van Forest makes the move very quickly. Gukesh adjusts his collar. Just look at that. It's not a blazer. He's wearing a jacket. In the first half of the tournament, he was wearing, not first half, first quarter of the tournament, he was wearing a blazer. But now it's a simple jacket there. The way he adjusted his collar, I do think he's confident. It's like, I had mentioned it before, that my sir used to say, collar pakad ke marna. क्योंकि his collar पकड़ी तो है, but मारूंगा उसको बोर्ड पे. What is the difference in challengers game? Asks Ujjwal. Ujjwal, Masters is a different tournament. Challengers is a different tournament. Both are invitational. Like the players are invited. But they both are different tournaments happening in the same tournament hall. Himang says, hi everyone, late to the stream today. Collar पकड़ के मार रहा था लोगों को. अरे काय को, किसको? Oof. Okay, that was a bit of a break there, which I took. But the knight g3, and people are already suggesting moves. Very nice. Adarsh, Sandeep wants to go knight e5. Adarsh wants to go knight c5. Let me ask you, where do you want to go? Knight e5 or knight c5? Let me make it a little easy for you all. By the way, in the chat, in the subscriber count, we have reached 14,60,080 subscribers. Oh, Sagar would have been happy to see the number. I think now we are heading towards a very small goal. 14,60,100. 14 to go. 95, knight c5. What are you guys choosing? 95 or knight c5? Yeah, knight c5. Most of you are going for knight c5, and that does make very good sense. The reason is, you are defending this, you're keeping an eye here, you are keeping an eye here. But the big worry for knight c5, and I'm sure all those who said knight e5, they definitely saw this. The big worry would be when your king is in the center, blast open the center, and that's the move happening with e5. Blast open the center, and this looks so scary with the king on e8. So this is one position to analyze, right? All of you, Gigi, Vaibhav, Rahul, NSS, Shobha, absolutely true. But the question is, for that reason, you would love to keep your knight on e5. But there is a problem, which is a very, very specific and obvious one. Which I think most of you who wanted to go knight c5 wanted to defend this. So rook takes b7. So if you are wanting to go knight e5, the question is, boss, what's your plan for rook b7? which is attacking this guy on c7 as well. And if you remember earlier, when the bishop was coming to c6, allowing rook c7, you were winning the e4 pawn. But this time, with the knight on g3, e4 has been defended and g2 also has been defended. So that is the reason this idea no more works. You can't do that. So going back here, the knight on d3 is attacked. I think a few people had suggested a move idea like h5, which is, you can see, after queen takes d3 h4, of course you have not blundered a piece because this knight is pinned, cannot move, you are winning back the piece here. But after rook f3, if you win back the piece, massive exchanges happening. Queen takes g8, rook takes b7. Try to, when you're calculating, try to end the calculation at your opponent's move. Let's say you are at the game, like Gukesh, and you say, okay, takes, and all these calculations happen, and you stop your variation here. That's not right, because you have to see what's hanging in the position, what is your opponent threatening, and then you find out, yes, there are still ideas, forcing variations to consider. So rook takes b7, and once again, it's a pretty important threat with rook takes c7, and you would see that you have 4 pawns. Van Forest has 4 pawns. It's opposite colored bishop, but a king in the center. You would say that, okay, I'll come back to this, but I'm not wanting to, go too much in detail, because when I do this, there is also bishop a5. So bishop a4. Well, let's say this is going towards a draw. But Gukesh actually goes knight c5, has allowed this blast opening of the center, and is not worried at all. Which is the move? Which is the next move that Gukesh should play here? Wow, what a game, man! What a game! You might think, oh, he just gave a pawn, Jordan just gave a pawn. But I would say that Jordan went for something so exciting, which was not so easy to decide whether you want to take that pawn, whether you want to go into these kind of intricacies. Also, Van Forest is a very dynamic player. He loves such kinds of positions. So even Gukesh loves these kind of positions, and even Van Forest loves such kind of positions. So that is something to remember, that he is very good at calculation. The move, outright winner here we have. Can I show you? There you go. Bishop c6 by CD, Kritya Siman, Abhimanyu Singh, Utkarsh, Barfila, Dharmik, Adarsh, Venkat, Savita, and Kumar. Also, knight e6 has been suggested by few people. And then there was a lot of confusion, though it's like 1-1-1 move. The question was a little tough one. So, when you have so many options there, it can cause a lot of confusion, and understand the difficulty of the position. Most of you have suggested the move bishop c6, which is a very, very nice move, which is the best move in the position. And if Gukesh finds this, which also attacks this g2, look at this deadly pin. The knight looks like a permanent underpin. It's like a permanent thing, can't move away. The question would be, what if e takes d6? Such a open file. What's the plan after e takes d6? Anon says this is very difficult for Gukesh. Bishop c6, e takes d6, and what now? Exactly, that's what we are thinking. Rook is coming to e1 with a check as well. Isn't it? Doesn't it visually look so scary? In a normal sense, if you would not show the bar to me, my assessment of this position would be completely different. I would be like, come on, man, you have the king in the center. Plus, it's such an open file. This file is open. How can black be better? I don't know. How many of you think so? If you were not given an engine, if you didn't have this bar over here, what would be your assessment for such a position? Truthfully. Ooh, people want to long castle. Let me tell you a secret. I also felt like that. But there is a strong threat by white, guys. Don't miss that. I will take white. Vaibhav Gaming says, and that is how many? 1 billion% or what? I will take white 1 billion%. क्या ही confidence. Vaibhav, you have to play tournaments with such confidence. I wouldn't call it with such overconfidence because, I want you to go and play tournaments. Himang says, I would think white is winning. Exactly. Kabir says, I will tell my opponent to resign. Okay, so if all of us are thinking, guys, we'll go to Pragg's game, but if all of us are thinking that without engine, this position we would love for white, then isn't it natural that Van Forest, who has gone in this position, is actually assessing this position as clearly better for him? Or at least very complex with him being on an advantage side. So if Gukesh has gone into this whole variation, I would call it an intense variation. Can you understand his assessment here? Has to be so epic to go for something like this. What a brave man. This game, if Gukesh, already just taking these decisions until here, I would say he is like a gladiator here. Complete gladiator. Now I will answer your questions. Okay, first question. Long castle, all of you wanted to do. Guys, your knight is hanging. After he takes d6, be alert. White has removed the defender, so you can't do that. What next? What was the question? Knight e6 is another question. People want to counterattack to the queen, and that is a possible move, attacking the queen. And where will the queen go is the next thing, which we'll not go into the details right now. But what else was the move? Let me also see over here. Bishop c6. Yeah, bishop c6 was bishop c6 has happened. Okay, I did not refresh it, so I'll not find it. Queen d6. Yes, queen d6. Few of you just simply taking the pawn, supporting the knight, and what we need to check for, queen d6 is, because the e file is opened, the obvious move to give a check. Vamsi says, I will $1,000 to my opponent. I will give $1,000 to my opponent to resign, or I will bet. I don't know. I will $1,000. Because if you give him $1,000, that would be like match fixing. But if you bet that your opponent will resign, I would still say you will lose the bet, because no, you won't resign here. Rook e1 check. Now, one question to you is, how are you going to answer this check? Let me just get the chat chess moves now. It's very important because, such questions today, so many variable answers. Oh, look at by the way, the screen. How many subscribers? Lovely. 14,60,000 and 100 subscribers we have reached. That's such a nice round figure we have there. And all of you, if I show you your answer over here. Yes. You want to go, most of you want to go knight e6. Few of you want to go king d7. Okay. Shall we first go to the position and let me show you your two moves, knight e6 and king d7. Okay, these are the top moves. Now, if you go knight e6 over here, by the way, who are the ones who have given the best move? If I have to show you, How many people have found? Well, how many people have found the best move here instead of knight e6? Nobody or what? Oh yeah, nobody. Okay, interesting. Very interesting. That does show it's a very very tough move. It's a computery move. So the move, firstly over here, people who have suggested knight e6, it's a good move. It's definitely a good move. You're attacking the queen, but there is a pin, but your king is safe in the center, and you are asking a question where the queen will go. The queen can come to f6. You can again challenge it, but you are keeping the king in the center. Let's not forget one thing which Gukesh has in his hand, a very very important thing which Gukesh has in his hand. That is what it is. Let me just try to make one move. Queen e5. If I go queen e5, one move which, if all of you have remembered, which Gukesh can play. Oh yes, Aditya, that's a long castle. That's right one. A long castle is the move which Gukesh still has in his hand. Yes, I completely know that this a5 guy is very very weak, and in fact you would be losing it right away. But this bishop, this very critical bishop, defends this, attacks this, and your king can be safer than in the center. That's the whole point of comparison. So 96 is a possible move. All of you have said that. But if I would have had to ask you the best move, it was insane. It was going king d8, and many of you have suggested also king d7, but the problem was rook jumps to f7 with a check. Rook f7 is with a check, and that's not going to work. So that would be very very dangerous. So king d8, where you are now not worried about this because the queen is hanging. So the question is with the queen, where will you go? For the queen, which can also maintain the attack here, a move comes in which is queen h4 because it is a check, queen h4. But the king is like, okay, I can even go artificial long castle, right? I don't really care about such pawns here. Okay, this is the queen getting exchanged, but I just completely can go b6, king on b7, and my king is safe. So that is something which was a possibility, but Gukesh has not played bishop c6. He goes knight e6. The move which we were analyzing was bishop c6, a very intense move, but he goes knight e6 here, has attacked the move, and practically it might be an easier move to go ahead with. The first question is with Van Forest to make a decision. Where will he go with the queen? That's an important question. Okay, so here we will come back to Gukesh. No doubt, this is the game of the day. Very interesting. Going to Pragnananda's game because lot is happening there. Shall we move there very quickly? Yes, there you go. Pragnananda on the screen. We have the a5 is a move where we had left. The 25th move a5. Pragg goes rook to c8. He goes rook c8. Oh, and over here Nepo plays ab6. Nepo has thought for 5 minutes. In fact, Pragg took 15 minutes to make this move, which wasn't the best move, but still on the rook, on the c file there, wanting to move the knight. What's the problem? A takes b6, a takes b6. And now if you play rook b6, the problem is very obvious, black to play. What's the problem? Black to play. Absolutely right. Rishi, NSS Vaishast, Rakesh Indushekar Cooking, Meera, CG, Santosh, and Med. And guys, not knight d5. That would be a blunder, and that was the trap actually. So the move is knight a8, and there is a disco, and you lose material. But if you try the same disco with knight d5, the problem is the piece you are attacking, that can just take the piece here with queen takes d5, and you don't win the rook. So not rook b6. That is how Pragg actually defends the pawn here. But at this point, Nepo has a very interesting move. He has something very interesting. Can you spot the tactic? White to play. Of course, I think Pragg has not missed it. He has calculated it. Science text is where to poll. No, it's you just have to write the move, for which you need to know chess notations. And once you write the move, we have this feature where it will calculate who has written one move how many times, and it's a very beautiful feature developed by Keith Mascarenas from USA. It was developed in pandemic, and it's something which we have used so much, so intensely, that makes our ChessBase India stream so special. So that is really helping all of you as well to improve your calculations. Oh yes, guys, you guys are alert. Of course, how can you not be? So this is the move. Bishop e7, Dharmik, Ayush, Rakesh, Aditya, Cooking, संतोष, भरत, श्रीजित, सुजल, वेदांत. अरे कुकिंग बार बार पढ़ के ऐसा लगता है अभी भूख लगी है, खाना खाने का टाइम हो चुका है. So a takes b6, bishop takes e7, and the theme is simple. It is deflection. If you take queen takes e7, basically you are losing your knight, so you have deflected the queen. So tactics is nothing but a one word theme. That's it. Deflection. Bishop e7 over here. Now, oh, by the way, maybe you guys are asking for poll. Oh ho, okay. Which poll should we keep? You can tell me for which game. We will definitely keep it. So bishop e7 is a tactic in the air. Is Nepo calculating? Also, look at this. Nepo even at this point had this choice. Bishop takes e7. But after ab6, ab6, if Nepo goes bishop e7, queen e7, queen takes d3, I believe Pragg would be wanting to bring the rook on the open file and attack the queen. And what Nepo will try to, by the way, by doing this, Pragg would have lost that extra pawn which he had, and also he would have had another isolated pawn, whereas Nepo would have a beautiful one pawn island here. Only thing is, the d2 pawn as of now, can it be weak? Because after queen e4, let's say you take, then the knight defends, and let's say you feel like, oh, you can kick the knight away and deflect it, but can you do that? Rook takes d2. Oof, there's a problem. There is a problem. Man, today it's such a tactical day. It's a tactical day, guys, today. क्या प्रॉब्लम है? प्रॉब्लम बताओ यार, प्रॉब्लम बताओ. Which movie I'm saying? This dialogue from Vidit game. Okay, people are like, चलो चलो अभी ये हो गया, अभी next game पे. Oh, bishop e7 by the way has happened on the board. Why do I think we are going to reach the position of knight e4? Lot of games. Okay, we have to keep shifting between lot of games, and guys, we will be having some guests. Maybe not today, maybe today, but I believe tomorrow, definitely. Here we go. Let's check the ideas. Rook b6 and rook fc1 are the two moves which people are wanting to play. Abir, Gigi, Ritesh, Akila and Nikunj, absolutely well done. Rook fc1, pinning this knight over here, threatening to win the piece. That's the point of rook fb1, rook fc1. So that's why you're winning the piece. So that's why when all of you said this move, it gives a chance for the knight to move away, and it doesn't work. Okay, so bishop e7 has happened, queen e7 has been played by Pragg, and we will be most probably reaching this position after queen e4. Let's see what Pragg is going to do, but it's not going to be easy for Pragg today. That is for sure. That is 100% sure. Let's go to Anish's game, because Anish, being a sole leader with 1 point, okay, one whole point, he was clearly better. And he just comes to the board, sits down. Oh, lot of changes after d5, knight b6. He went queen b4 instead of bishop e3. Queen went to d5. Queen went to d5. What? Okay, VD in trouble. We will look at that. Anish goes b3. Oh, completely. What is his idea? Oh, he, like Sagar says, this pawn 2 squares ahead of the knight is the enemy, because it takes away the squares from the knight. So b3 is that the idea. Then long castle by Parham. He is essentially saying that these two things, the pawns have made your king weak, and imagine I get to blast your king side, then you are doomed. So he is actually creating a lot of counterplay. Anish goes bishop e3. Parham goes queen e6, attacks this guy there. Let's not forget to defend him. King h2, and Parham goes for the first breaking open this structure with f6. Now Anish simply captures the pawn here. Queen takes e4, and Parham captures the pawn on e5. Queen f takes e5. Well, Anish is thinking, is he going to take the pawn, or is there anything else? Okay, he's about to make a move. Let's stay here. What is he thinking? He has a very interesting move, f5. Just ignoring the pawn. Ignore मारा है कभी किसी को तुमने, guys? Okay, all the games are interesting. Okay, for today, all the games. But the chat has said that Gukesh's game is the most epic one. So that game we are going to be surely focusing a lot on. You can see Divya walking there, by the way, playing against Salim Saleh. Her position was in control. Slight initiative for Salim. But Anish is the sole leader. He is having a better position since the opening. So can Anish manage to win this? So in result wise, Anish's game is the most, as a leaderboard wise, Anish's game most interesting. Tactics wise, Gukesh's game most interesting. And Pragg Nepo, matchup wise, Pragg versus Nepo most interesting. And Vidit against Ju Wenjun, after yesterday Wenjun beat Ali Reza, that is another most interesting thing, because Ju Wenjun, is she in such a form that she can beat Vidit today? Which poll do you want to, which poll for which game? Let's decide, and let's do the poll. So f5 is, I think, what Anish is thinking about, because if he takes the pawn with the queen, yeah, you can take, or you can even just simply go rook h e8, putting pressure here, and so many, on the e file. So many on the e file. So it's all very weak there. You don't want to enter there. So definitely no doubt that queen e5 or f e5 is going to happen. So f5 is the move which I think Anish would be thinking about. Let's move to the next game with but I can't do anything. Okay guys, I'm back, but I think what happens is the computer just shows the blue screen and everything just, freezes completely. Can't do anything. Even the restart takes such a long time, and Okay, it was happening once in a while, but this is crazy that it has happened so like twice already today. I don't know what the issue is, but unfortunately, the only way to figure it out is to give the computer for a day at least. How to do that? How to do that, because it will be formatted and everything will be gone. So I had thought after tournament it can be done, but this seems really crazy, completely crazy. So very sorry, but here we have the full screen, and let me just get the board, Leech's board as well for you. Oh, maybe we can't miss this. We can't miss this at all. We have Gukesh's game going on, which is extremely interesting, and I want to go there. Yeah, there we have Gukesh, and I'm also getting the bars very quickly. Yeah, let me just get the bars very quickly for you. Tata Steel. Let's first get the challengers, masters one, and then we can. Yeah, I think so. Got the most Gukesh over here. Oof, oof, oof. Yeah, and now let's also get uh, Leon, Divya, and who else? Where is Harika? Harika. Add selected bars, and let me just. Yeah, that is done. So I think we have the bars over here well set. If I have missed something, not really sure, but this should be okay. Oh, Vidit's game is over. It's a draw. What? Vidit's game ends in a draw. Oh, that's news to me. Let's go full screen and let's try to look at the full hall if at all we can. Oh, there we have Vidit watching the other games, drinking water. Wow, I mean, that's an amazing result for Zhu Wenjun right now. What happened actually? It's important to know. So let's go back to the main screen and try to understand what happened towards the end, where what was the position like. Yeah, we saw till here, then he went queen e6, bishop d6, and he just repeated. Oh, oh, he repeated. Ooh, very interesting and a little surprising, but maybe with the black pieces and well, I don't know. I can't really explain this decision, but okay, that's a draw. Let's go to the most exciting game of the day. Gukesh versus Van Forest versus Gukesh. In the we actually our computer hanged, but before that we were at knight g3, knight c5, e5. This is the point where we were at, and Gukesh had played knight e6. But Van Forest, for this move, he had a choice. Remember, practically, we were discussing that though bishop c6 is a good move, knight e6 puts white in a very tough situation. Where will this queen go? Queen h4 seems like one option over there, leaving the pawn there. Queen e3, not very ideal practically, but queen b2 seems like you can't long castle and all those kind of ideas. Queen b2, bishop c6 played by Gukesh, simply defending the pawn, and now e takes d6 played by Van Forest, and here Gukesh makes the move which we were all waiting for. Now, for all those who have not seen the move, what is the move which Gukesh played? Robert says VD has decided to win 3 games. That's why he has gone for a draw. So Vidit will be, Vidit is planning to win with white pieces tomorrow maybe. Who is his opponent tomorrow? Also, everyone, by any, I mean, those who are technically solid, not everyone. Um, but do you have any idea that the computer just gets this blue thing where everything freezes and it's all of a sudden? Doesn't happen like we are changing the scenes. Or what I'm going to do is today I'm not going to change too much, keep switching too much. Maybe I'll stick with something more stable. But why does that happen? Because when that happens, it's like 5 minutes gone. What I'm also going to do tomorrow, maybe if this keeps happening and I have to give the computer to the technician or something, I might have to stream from the laptop. It's overloading. You should have to upgrade driver. Arey, but that all didn't really work. Satya says blue screen of death. Huh. The chess crazy says hota hai aisa, madam, don't worry about it. Arey, how should I mean, I'm not worried, but what is the solution to that? Blue screen error, exactly. If anybody knows how to solve that, let me know. Otherwise, new USB device. Oh, acha. We'll have to check. We'll have to check. Lots of reasons it can happen. But before that, the move. Something in the OS is crashing. Wow. Chat CBI GPT is always there. Upgrade Windows. Upgrade. Okay, then I will have to give the computer, it seems. Let me see what I can do. But this is the best I can right now do because I couldn't give the computer. Abhi jo hai, so hai. We will do whatever is happening in the given situation. So E takes D6 and all of you, let me see. Oops, I have to update this because... sorry, I had not started it. So maybe we will not have the moves right now. Let me start it. Okay, so forget about this. We'll start from the next time. No, we are already getting the answers. Yes, Ayush Kumar. That was very quick. Long castle is the move. Long castle. That's the right move which Gukesh played. Love it. Love his position. Look at this king saying, no, there is no fear in me, and the gladiator is back. D takes c7. This pawn went here, captured this, and all at the end of it. To do what? Is this even giving any pressure? Even its existence is not a problem to the king. You don't even have to take it. In fact, if you take king takes c7, that's a big blunder because the bishop is waiting to pounce on that a5 pawn. So not taking actually is a mistake. If you take with the knight there, still the bishop is very happy. Bishop takes a5. But if you don't take the pawn, then what do you really have? Black to play. What are your ideas? Ideas de do yaar, ideas. Because an idea can change your life. Oops, sorry. Let me go to the main board. I have got two moves, rook d3 and rook d5 equally. People are loving these two moves, both the moves. And yes, rook d3, very, very powerful move. If you see, the question would be, why right now you're not at all worried about bishop a5, right? That is the question. And why not follow up with your idea, rook d3? What was the idea? Black to play. Finish it off. Guys, finish it off. खत्म करो, खत्म. Totally. That's rook g3, and you guys have found it. Rook g3, h g3, queen g3. Look at this little guy there with this queen h3, rook g2. It's going to be devastated. So d takes c7. The whole point is for Gukesh to say, I don't care. Let's ignore. I'm ignoring you. Rook d3 is the move. If Gukesh plays this, then I would somewhere say that it's getting closer to, getting over. Rook d3. Come on, Gukesh, you can make this move. You are making a masterpiece with this game. Firstly, of course, hats off to Jordan because, he tried to go into something so interesting, and what he assessed was so humanly. But for Gukesh to enter into it's like there's a lion in front of you and you are going at him without any weapon. That is what you're doing. This has always been, by the way, Sagar's dream, to face a lion. So Gukesh, we will see if he goes rook d3, but a very important moment here. All those who also suggested rook d5, wanting to keep it, in control, saving your a5 pawn. This move is possible for sure, because I think the only thing is you have ideas like rook h5 as well because of the pin. I understand, and it's interesting. It is a good move as well. But rook d3 is just crushing, like crushing. Dream or nightmare, asks Maharshi. Ha, it is a very weird dream, I would say. John says if rook d3, I think it's over. Takes on g3 is inevitable. Even rook f6 can't stop it, I think. Well, rook d3. So your move, what you're suggesting is if you go rook f6. Oh, this is wonderful observation, John. You still want to play rook g3, not caring about your queen. Do you want to go bishop g2 first or rook takes g6? What did he play? Guys, Gukesh makes a move. No, he's gone for rook d4. Oh, we did not consider this. He's not gone for rook d3, but maybe the variation which we were looking at was rook d3, rook f6, rook g3, rook g6, and funnily to simply take the rook, because this is underpinned, and now your threat is to go rook g2 and rook g1 mate, disco mate. So this is the whole point. And if you try to, go rook c1 or something like that, rook g1, you will say, oh, rook c6, but doesn't matter because back rank is anyway weak. It's a mate. It's not gonna help. So that was an epic idea there, rook f6 ke liye. Maybe what white needed to do was to go bishop e1 and still solidly defend this, but the game continues, and this bishop, which was causing all the problems, became passive. That was the whole point of rook d3. Gukesh goes rook d4, and what is he saying? He is saying that his idea is to go rook h4, pin this, and then threaten the g3 knight, which also makes complete sense. But is that giving any counterplay to white? Because there is a pawn on c7, which of course Gukesh doesn't care, we don't care, but Jordan will care. Jordan will care. Does he have something which is the piece in black's position you would be very happy to get rid of? Which is the black piece you would not want on the board? Yes, guys, tell me. Well done. Absolutely right. Bishop. This bishop is the nightmare for white. So irritating that you would really not even care even if you have to exchange sacrifice. And at least at this point of an hour, when the pawn will be deflected from the b file, opening it up, it's even more, making sense. So next move of white seems pretty, obvious, that you want to bring the rook to c1. So also, which rook, if you ask, that could be a question, because this rook has sometimes going to f6 ideas. This rook is over here, but does the rook on b1 make much sense now with this bishop on c6? Maybe not. Whereas you might need this rook to defend. So maybe rook bc1 would be the question, attacking this guy here. And if Gukesh continues with his idea of rook h4 with the threat of queen g3, white now does not have time to take here, because if he takes here, oops, not even queen g3, direct mate, guys, direct mate. Black to play. At least 50 people should answer. Black to play. At least 50 people. Just finish, 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 finish. Got 25 people answering, 30. Wow, the speed is increasing like anything. Now almost 40, 45. I have got 50, but right answer, I mean 50 people have answered, but the right answer 47 people, and there you go. Here we have 50 people giving the right answer. Well done. Adarsh, Cooking, Akhila, Parvati, Deepika, Mangaleshwaran, Shashank, JC, Mohammed, and Swayams. Yes, Rook H, a pure finish. Rook H2, King H2, and Queen G3 and Queen G2 mate. So it is such a forcing threat which Gukesh has gone for, and put a question to Van Forest. What are you going to do? How are you going to save? And the answer seems very similar to what Rook d3's intention was, which is bishop going to e1 and defending the knight. So this is the position we might land into, where Gukesh will bring another piece in the attack of this g2. Just look at this g2 and h2. Matlab itna pressure. You see, there is so much pressure. What was a time in your life when you were under so much pressure? You were like the G2 and the H2 guy. Yes, guys. So much pressure there. Gukesh's game is interesting. Yes, Gukesh's game is the, people's game of today. Really, really interesting. Never. अरे क्या बात है. Currently JE आ रहा है, बहुत pressure है. See, you feel like this pawn sometimes, but then you have to get out of it. That's what Van Forest is trying. And knight f4, and we would love this position. Of course, Van Forest will get rid of this bishop. Finally, it's the most irritating piece, and this is where we will land. Okay, going to let me just go to the full screen right now and bring Pragg on the screen. Okay, guys, very sorry for that. Somebody was at the door. I had to rush, so I'm back here. But this is the position. Yeah, we saw Gukesh's game. Let's go to Pragg's game right now. While Van Forest is very intensely calculating. Oh, a lot of things are happening here as well. Let me get Pragg on the screen. Yes, there we have Pragg and Nepo. I think we last left at bishop e7, queen e7, queen takes d3, rook d8. Yes, this all happened, queen e4. But what Pragg did is to not exchange the queens. He went queen a3, which looks like a better decision to keep the queens on the board with these rooks here. Rook went to a1, Pragg went back with the queen. Now Nepo brings his knight to a4. The queen goes back. The queen is completely getting kicked away again and again and again. Now he plays d4, a nice pawn in the center. Also, you can see blocking this bishop. Something important to note is if these knights get exchanged, then the position will be opposite colored bishops. That would be it. And when we say about the opposite colored bishops in this tournament, who was able to play one of the most instructive game in opposite colored bishop and convert it? Do you remember? And d4 was played by Nepo. By the way, he's come down to 39 minutes. So at which point did he use his maximum time? Not really. What he's doing is he's doing a good time management. He's not used at any point of time some crazy amount of time. Whereas Pragg at this point is 19 minutes. Then I think slowly while Nepo was using his time, Pragg down to 16 minutes with the move knight b5. 32 moves are done. Look at Anish. Is he smiling there? Looking at Nepo's position. Maybe. 32 moves are done. 8 moves are pending. That means every move, Pragg has 2 minutes per move. And 30 seconds is the increment. So knight b5 is what he has played. Is he going to go knight c3, wanting to exchange the knights, having the opposite, going into the opposite colored bishop? Is that the plan? Yes, is that the plan? Yes, Anish versus Gukesh. You all remember that a most instructive opposite colored bishop game. If anybody has missed it, do check out the analysis by Sagar. So knight b5 played by Pragg, and Nepo is thinking, how do you assess this position? Forget about the engine, but how do you assess this position? Nepo is about to make a move. Yes, he plays rook a b1, attacking this knight and the pawn. Is Pragg losing the pawn already? What should he do? By the way, you can check out wilder.chessbase.in as well to unlock special prizes. We have some very interesting contests as well. And Anish, who posts there every day what he has for dinner, plus lots of other things happening there as well. Nabanita says Pragg is getting into time trouble these days. I hope he bounces back soon. Today's position, as I was predicting, it is a very unusual one, and I thought, in fact, Nepo, who generally plays very fast, if you have observed, and that's why, like yesterday's Nepo versus Gukesh, he did miss a very important tactic because he had made that move in 1.5 minutes. He just missed it because the tactic was not so obvious. That is the reason he missed it. It came out of nowhere. And today you can see he's taking care of, just figuring it out that he's not blundering anywhere. Yet, otherwise he would have played faster. In that sense, I think Pragg has taken decent time. If this was some, more conceptual, normal position, maybe Pragg would not have taken this much time. But rook a b1 And here Pragg is thinking, what are your ideas? Knight c3 is something which people are suggesting because it is forcing the exchange. And as we were discussing, we have landed in opposite colored bishop. Now guys, this one, we are not going to make a mistake of saying, okay, opposite colored bishop, draw ho gaya, over, chalo, घर जाएगा Pragg. No, this one is very different. What is the main imbalance in the position? What is the main imbalance in the position? Yes, absolutely Satyam. What has Pragg played, by the way? Oh, he did not play knight c3. This one, the main imbalance is opposite colored bishop. But look what Pragg has done. He's taken the pawn on d4. E takes d4. And bishop takes d4. I mean, Engine was suggesting this move as a second best option. But I thought, of course, I mean, are you winning the piece back or it is just a piece sacrifice? Because if Pragg has, sacrificed a piece for 2 pawns, maybe assessing that this earlier position which he was landing into, like this was the option, right? He had. This position is better for white. He assessed this as better for white. He assessed this as he will be the one under tremendous pressure. You can see this can become a passer. This is a passer and it can become a dangerous passer. Plus you see the f7 point and this bishop, and remember Anish as well. Plus you see that this is an isolated pawn. So all in all, it can get dangerous. Is that the reason or is there something more after bishop d4? What is Nepo? How is Nepo reacting? How is Nepo reacting? Did he do any expressions, guys? Did I miss out? Look at that. Look at that. But not expressing too much, like Sagar says. Let me also get the digital board. But I am very interested to see, because this is, I don't know if he was expecting this or not at all. What do you think from his expressions? Does he like what Pragg has done? Does he think that he's clearly better? I mean, he's a piece up, of course. The acting gambit of Nepo. Pulkash says he may have expected that. Krishna says Nepo acting like against Gukesh. That seems like a good sign. What happened to Pragg's knight? Asks Zundar. Zundar, वो सुंदर नाइट ने अपने आप को sacrifice कर दिया. And Pragg on the board, calculating, knowing he has 15 minutes, he has to make 5 moves. Time pressure is not at all a problem, but still, why not to have things calculated? Okay, let's understand, because it's a piece sacrifice out of nowhere. Unlike in Gukesh's position, here it's completely a positional one. So, what are the suggestions from all of you guys? Rook. Oh, the question is if rook b6 is queen g3 a thing, but rook b6 is not possible. But what he says is queen g3 is the idea because of the spin. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. So white has a threat which needs to be saved. Ekalavya says, so go king h1 and unpin the king. Yes, king h1 looks like a good move, taking it out of the pin. And the question will be with Pragg, how he should continue. Tell me something. Oh, Arun, am I missing that? Let us go there. But this is going to go on and it's an interesting sacrifice. I'm not sure this is very complicated. Being a piece down against Nepo, of course, he doesn't have pawns on all the sides. So it is not going to be a very easy thing. But I think Pragg is confident of, where he's going. He's definitely confident. So let's trust Pragg, go to the main board and go to Gukesh's game. After rook d4, rook b7, like we analyzed, happened. Rook h4 also happened. But over here, bishop e1 was not played by Van Forest. He goes rook c3 and he defends the knight. The same idea with bishop e1 he wanted to. But the only thing is the rook is overloaded. It is defending the knight and it is also keeping an eye on the c6. Like you would have loved to give this as a sacrifice at some point. But because it is defending the knight, when it thinks of the sacrifice, there's also this queen g3 always to consider. Now, Gukesh plays knight c5. Okay, and the position stays complicated. We were looking, the reason rook c3 was played because knight f4 was not liked by Van Forest. That's the reason he decided to keep the bishop on d2. If we go back now, and am I back? Okay, what to do? What to do? Oh. Okay. No. The computer didn't hang, so that's not a problem. This is fine. This is a fine lag. Just change the internet here. So let's see if this internet should work. Doesn't matter. Well, as I was saying, yeah, OBS has reconnected. All okay, yeah? All okay? Arun, we don't really, we are not the MacBook kind of people. We love Windows. Still lag, huh? Is it okay or not? I'm not understanding. If you can help me, guys, to know. Yes, it is okay. Fine. Got it. That's cool. I'll change the internet. I don't know which one I've connected, but I'll shift it if there is a lag, more lag. But the point I was saying is that because Gukesh brought his rook to h4, this h5 h4 idea is a little bit in trouble. Oh, let me change the camera, by the way, and bring Gukesh on screen while Nepo is thinking. So this idea is not there. After knight c5, what is Gukesh threatening? Is he really going to take this pawn or what? Or is he intending knight d3? But then knight d3. Oof. Oh, rook e3 has been played. Rook e3. Wow, what a complex position. Just remember not to take this guy and allow such a check. Just don't do that. Capture with a tempo. Even the arbiter is interested in this game. It is the game of the day for sure for Gukesh. Vidit's game has ended in a draw with Ju Wenjun today. That is the update. Going to Pragnananda's game after bishop d4. Nepo is still slightly in a shock and thinking Anish with the white pieces playing against Maghsoodloo. He had all the advantage earlier in the opening, but currently, what is the scenario? Here we have Anish on screen. After queen e4, fe5 was played. Oh, he took with the pawn. That was not the best idea, but he took with the pawn. Rook came to d5, and Anish decides to defend the e5 pawn. Now he went rook f2, rook e8. Of course, this pawn is going to be lost. Anish will end up in equal material, but the move queen g6, which was played by Maghsoodloo, gives this opportunity to Anish to take here and to create this doubled pawn weakness here, and now of course to move the bishop back. But this endgame with rook and bishop versus rook and knight is what Anish will have to try and push. But in general, Anish, I think, has not managed to play this the best. For the advantage he got, this knight b6 at this point, if people have missed it, you're going for long castle was just amazing. Okay, that's Anish's position. He will have to take. Did he take? No, he doesn't take. He goes queen e3. He doesn't take. Whoa. Is it okay? Oof, man. This has been not so easy at all. Not for the players, not for us, and not for the internet. I've changed the LAN now, like I have connected some other internet completely. Should be okay now. I think maybe one time it could still lag, but I think should be okay. Yeah. Anish is no, Anish is not winning. Anish is not winning yet. B6 B6 has been played. Yeah, they're not making the best moves here, but it's a queen e3. The idea was something towards this. B6 has been played, and right now Anish can enter with rook f7, put ultimate pressure on Maghsoodloo. Rook f7. So that's about Anish. It's okay now. Finally. Finally, it's okay. That's good. Thank you guys for all your patience. Here we have the whole view, and here we have Anish. What I'm just going to do. By the way, we have a result here. Ding Liren has drawn with Northerbek Abdusattorov, and no, Pragg has not drawn yet. Pragg is playing, yeah. Oh, Pragg is playing after the peace sacrifice, which Pragnananda has gone for. Guys, do you want a full screen? And yeah, let's have Pragnananda on the screen right now. There we have. There we have the board after Pragg gave the peace sacrifice. E d4, bishop d4, king h1. Here he goes queen f6 right now. Okay, the camera will come again and it will be okay. I think we'll have Pragg versus this. So what I'm going to do is I will be back. Let's see if this stabilizes. And I will be back. Just will bring the plate. Which game should I keep on the full screen or a small screen? If you can help me, Gukesh or Pragg? Pragg, okay. What's the Pragg and full screen? Oh, bapre. Pragg and Gukesh, I think today it's not an easy thing. Let's do this. G4 for Gukesh and E4 for Pragg. Okay, G4 for Gukesh and E4 for Pragg. So we will decide on the game. G4 or E4? As of now, G4 is 24 and E4 is 23. Whatever you do, don't land up in equal. Draw नहीं चाहिए. No draw, guys. No draw. Oh man. This is epic. Okay. Let's say right now for a few minutes. Let's say right now for a few minutes, what do you want? It's not like I'm just going away. For a few minutes. Okay, Pragg is winning. Okay, so Pragg winning. Is that the final decision? Any change in the last 5 seconds? 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh, Gukesh is winning. God, this is so tough. I wish I could have both of them, but now both of them are almost. Gukesh is winning. Gukesh is winning. Crazy. Pragg is winning now. Okay, let me keep. Let me see the position. Let's do it. Do this one. We know both the games are the most interesting ones. So let's just right now look at the current position and how much time we are expecting. So Nepo has gone queen f3. This is the position. And in Gukesh's game, Gukesh is having 10 minutes, 30-second move. He's played rook a4. So this is of course the crazy game, I think. Nepo's game will last a little longer. Okay. So Gukesh. Let's go for Gukesh. Nepo's game will last a little longer. Okay, let's go for Nepo. I'll come in 5 minutes. How's that? Or I'll come in 2 minutes and then go again for 2 minutes and again come for 5 minutes. Small screen, big screen, or small screen. Ah, keep Gukesh in player cam and on board Pragg. Yeah, that does make sense. That's a good idea. Who suggested that? NSS. How's that idea? Wonderful. This is good. This is good. Now we can't keep small screen if we have different players. But if people want big screen, so that's why we can't do this. Let's go with Pragg for a while. And I think he's thinking. Van Forest is thinking. He's down to 17 minutes, so he will take a bit of time. And right now, Pragg's move. In fact, he will play maybe faster. So let's have this one, and yeah, the screen will be fine. Yeah. Okay, now it's their screen problem. Wow, today's stream is like so full of problems. Come on, guys, come on. What is it? It looks so alienated. क्या चल क्या रहा है? ऐसे लग रहा है भूत चल रहा है वहां से. Wait. Maybe it's a sign. We'll need to go to Gukesh's game, guys. We will need to go to Gukesh's game. See? This camera is fine. And Gukesh makes the move. Whoa. Rook e3. So knight c5, rook e3 was played. Rook takes a4 by Gukesh. He completely switches the sides. He takes there on a4. Wow, now that's a very risky move there. Rook goes to f6 and queen goes to g7. Now Gukesh had come to a point where he had to be careful. Otherwise, any other move could have been a blunder. Because if you go a move like queen g4 with the idea of queen d1 and a lot of ideas there, it looks like a natural move. It is a big blunder, and you know the reason why it is a big blunder. It's not at all a very difficult answer. Why is it a blunder? Big blunder. Queen g4. White to play. Find a move. Find a move, guys. White to play. Wonderful. Devansh, Manish, Akhila, Nafiz, Kushagra. That's the move. Rook takes c6. If b takes c6, now comes queen b8 check. And if king d7, यहाँ पे, of course there should be many moves, but c8, queen, rook c8, and you give a check, attack this guy here, and it is black king who is going to be devastated, not the white king. So that's the reason rook c6 is a very solid threat with rook f6. And what Gukesh did was to go queen g7, pin the rook here. Now you don't have rook c6 because of the pin. So for white, the next move is a little bit, what to say, natural. You want to get out of the pin. Now how to revive the idea of rook c6? White to play. How to revive the idea of rook c6 is what Van Forest is thinking, but Gukesh is also getting under pressure. This is going complex with 15 minutes for Van Forest, 33 moves, but anything could go wrong as well. That is where it is going. Yes, bishop c3. Bishop c3 is the move. Oh, the cameras are fixed here, but bishop c3 is the move. Maybe we can have your, yeah. Bishop c3 is the move. You revive the threat of rook takes c6. Now Gukesh will again have to find an important move here, which I don't think is easy. Black to play. I don't think it's easy. I don't understand why you need to do that. Can you try to think? Black to play. What are your suggestions? Oof. Here are the suggestions. They're all a bit confused. 96, queen g5, queen g4, rook c4. A position where things are just not clear. That's what your answers are saying to me, that the position is just not clear at all. And knight e6 and queen g5 is what you would all want to play to stop that. But guys, there is a clear cut disco there. You cannot miss that. Rook takes e6 and you're just losing. This is not possible. So knight e6 doesn't work. So many of you had made that move. Queen g5 is a move which many of you had mentioned, I think, to get the queen out of. No, queen g4 also. I think queen g4. But if you go queen g4 and rook c6 is the same threat, where this is the problem. If you give a check, it's not a mate because you have bishop e1, you have rook e1. The question is, for queen g5, why did the bar not change and why not rook c6? The reason is simple, because you don't care about winning this rook, you are going to win this rook, and even if you have the pawn here, even if you have the rook here, you do not have an immediate threat. So there is no immediate threat, whereas black is having his pieces beautifully placed here. Going back, so queen g5 is a counter attack, and that's what Gukesh has played, the counter attacking move. Van Forest once again under 14 minutes. What is he going to do? No, guys, this game is definitely more interesting right now than Pragg's game. There is no doubt that you don't get such games so often. So we have to focus here, and I'm sure Pragg's game is going to go a long game. It's a long game, in fact. Whereas Vidit's game is over. Anish, Maghsoodloo also, we have to keep checking it out in between. Anish was so much better, but now it could go a little bit either way. A quick roundup through the bars. Right now, Anish is better against Maghsoodloo. Ali Reza is clearly better against Wijk. Jordan under some trouble against Gukesh, but the position is so crazy that we cannot judge the bar as such, because one move can change it all. Ding versus Nordirbeg ended in draw. Divya right now in slight trouble. And Leon, what is happening there? Wait a second. Yeah, Divya slightly in trouble. Leon very much in trouble, and Harika is clearly better. Harika with the black pieces is better. That's a great news. By the way, we have reached out in spite of all the problems which we face today: internet problems, computer problems, tactical problems, technical problems. We have reached 14,60,204 subscribers. Thank you guys for subscribing. And let's quickly have a look at Pragnanda's game with Nepo. It has been a positional sacrifice. Knight d4. We left at queen f6. Pragg played queen f6 here. Keeping an eye on the f2 guy there. Nepo went queen f3 and asked for queen exchange. Pragg says, okay, I don't really mind, because though I am a piece down, I don't think you can beat me. Rook goes to c2. He is attacking this f2 guy, I think, here under pressure. King goes to g2, and now Pragg is thinking. He's down to 3 minutes. He has to make 2 moves, so that's not a big thing right now. But at this point, he must not make a mistake. The reason is he's a piece down. That's why for some time, or maybe until the end of the game, one task on Pragg which he has risked is giving up a piece. You are playing a piece down against Nepo, and what are you betting on? That there are 2 less pawns on the board. That's what you are betting on. 2 less pawns. I mean, very less pawns, not 2 less pawns. So very less pawns. So that is what he's betting at, and for that reason, he will need to make sure that his other pieces are very well activated. In fact, right now with rook a2, he has attacked the knight, and just look at the knight. It cannot go anywhere, but it can take this pawn. So Pragg is saying that I'm not just a piece down for 2 pawns, but for 1 pawn, and yet this position which should have been assessed like lost for black, it's nothing close to that. The reason is at this point, what is the move? It's there's black to play. Oh, nice. Black to play. Can you find, because I think knight b6 is forced, no? And then black to play. Wow. Okay. Oh, it's not even there. Good job, Pragg. Good job. That was really smooth. Ah, we should have them on the screen. By the way, now it feels like there you have Rook A2 played. Two more moves to go for 40 moves. इंटरनेट साहब भाई प्लीज मत जा यार अभी. सागर तो गया, अभी तू तो मत जा बस. क्रिटिकल टाइम है. Once 40 moves are over, once I go for dinner, then it's okay. Ooh, nice, nice, nice. So many people have answered it. And the move is Rook B8. Here we have Zundar, Giri, Pramod, True Things, Vidhan, Piyush, Radha, Shutosh, Tripathi, and Chess Coach. Barabar. The Rook goes to B8, and the kind of pin as you see here, the knight is hanging. If the knight moves, let's say, the problem is you take, and there is rook f2 check, and it's not just a pawn, but disconnect the king and the bishop's relationship is gone, and you lose the bishop. So it's not just a pawn but also a piece. In fact, Pragg will be 2 pawns up. So that's the reason it is a deadly pin here. And for Nepo to defend, in what way can you defend? Whoa, that is epic. So in fact, yes, Mirren. In fact, like, I just want to take a moment to show you guys at this point where Pragg made this very important decision. He could have gone knight c3 and gone into an opposite colored bishop endgame, which actually was not an easy task, yeah, to play this position. Whereas he decided in comparison to give a piece, a whole piece for 2 pawns. Here he had a direct threat of queen g3, so king h1. Now he went queen f6, keeping an eye here and keeping an eye here, though right now this is there, rook c4. All these, the rook and the bishop and the queen coming in force. Nepo said, okay, come on, I'm piece up, man. And as I know, if you're materially better, exchange the pieces. That's the rule I know. But Pragg said, yes, but every rule has an exception. Queen f3, he goes bishop f3, and that exception is my pieces, the rook, the quality, just the quality of life. Just think of it, guys. Today, roti is made at your home, yeah, food is made, and you can eat it fresh and it's so good. But after 2 days, how does it taste? That is the thing, the freshness of his pieces. The king goes to g2. It's forced, yeah, you are attacking this, you have defended this. That is how he plays. Could he have gone rook d1 or something like that, saying that it's a pin? But no, the problem is this knight kar kya raha hai? What is it doing at the edge of the board? b5. And look at this move, not just attacking f2 but also trapping the knight here. You can't go knight b6 because bishop b6 defends, and knight c5 ko there is rook c5, so the knight is a problem. So what happened was, after rook c2, king went to g2. Now Pragg went rook a2, attacks the knight, forces him to take, and no, he doesn't take. In fact, Nepo realizes if he takes, it's all done. It's all done after rook b8. There is no real possibility to win. So bishop d5 was still, if at all I want to show you the continuation, but the rook can be moved and this stays on. Instead, Nepo goes bishop d1, defends the knight, 39th move for Nepo, and right now Pragg has to make 2 moves. He has 3.5 minutes. What will he play now? What to play now? What are your suggestions? Smil says you make fodnichi puri. Yes. I do that many times. AI Songbird says, I don't understand chess. Say in short, who will win? Pragg or Nepo? Patience. Patience. This is, I think, is gonna end in a draw. But what are the suggestions? Rook d2 Pragg has played. Did anyone say that? Arey Chaitanya, क्या बात है? One guy said that Rook d2. So what is the idea of this move, Rook d2? Did anybody find? It's a tactical idea. Quite a tactical idea. Patience will win, says Karthik. Guys, bishop f. Yeah, bishop f2 is the idea, of course. Bishop f2, the point is, if you take rook f2, then there is rook d1. Rook d1. And that is the idea with two less of pawns on the board for the knight. And that too, this knight, I mean, what is he doing? Okay, so rook d2, again Pragg getting tactical, keeping this, whole, what a sacrifice, like the kind of advantage Nepo had, the initiative, even in the equal material, he would have been happy with that initiative rather than this more material. But it's like you have more material in life but no pleasure. You're just not satisfied. It's that kind of a position. Whereas the other position, it was like, okay, he doesn't have more material, but he's satisfied. So perfect position for this example right now. And yes, Gukesh. Let's go to Gukesh because here Nepo is going to take some time. When he makes the move, please let us know. Going to Gukesh because that is a crazy game happening there. Ooh, bishop g2 on the board. Queen, what did we miss? Queen e2, knight e6 was played. Rook, queen e2, knight e6. Rook f5 was played, which was a bad move by Van Forest. He missed bishop g2. How long did it take for Gukesh? Look at this. Oh my god, it took less than 30 seconds to make this move, bishop g2 for Gukesh. What is the point? The point is simple. If you play king g2, then it's a pin and queen f5. Yeah, just losing material. Oh, what does he play? If he plays king g1, yes, that was the other option. If he plays king g1, still, what should Gukesh play right now? Very important to continue with the idea. Oh, before Gukesh says, Arey yaar, Gukesh not giving you time. But who said before Gukesh said? Adarsh, Giri and Adarsh only. Okay, that was right. Queen f5. What a move, what a combination. Because if knight f5, bishop f3, everything getting simplified. King f2. Yes, there he goes. Bishop e2. Now there is an intermediate check which will be given. Little better than that taking on e2. But if you count the material, for now, look at this. Gukesh is having rook for a rook, knight for a knight, bishop for a bishop. Have you realized that Gukesh is a full rook up along with 2 pawns? Maybe a resignation coming soon, guys. A resignation coming soon. Okay, let's see knight e7 check. Then you go king c7. And then you go knight g8. So white says, I've got back the rook. Now I'm 2 pawns down. That's the situation. But then Gukesh is like, okay, no problem, man. I'm just too quick here. And what's your knight doing here on g8? So what a tactical alertness Gukesh is showing again and again. Tactical awareness is amazing. Bishop g2, rook f5. He just missed this. Totally missed it. Oh, this was an important moment. Thanks for bringing to this game. Bishop e2. Kya hi? This is what all you guys who say ki I do a lot of tactics, I solve a lot of tactics on the board. How do you understand this instinct which Gukesh has? Pragg declined draw offer. Did he? Pragg and Gukesh, today I think I have been like, which game should we see? This or that? There's been such a fight. Oh, Rook A2, Bishop. He's gone Rook C8. Okay, I don't think he's declined draw offer or anything. Ah, look at Nepo. I mean, yeah, Rook E2 was there, but Rook C2, Rook C8 is maybe an improvement. So now what happens for Knight B6? Pragg is saying that I don't need the pin because I'm going Rook C2 and you can't stop Rook F2. So this is what it's going towards. Okay, I think Gukesh's game, yeah, because Pragg's game, the result I think it's going towards a draw. But whereas in Gukesh's game, it's crazy. It's crazy what is happening. King F2, Bishop E2. 3 minutes for Van Forest, 39th move. So this is the last move, 40th move Van Forest needs to make. And Gukesh has been able to keep his time to 9 minutes. So that means he has been making his moves really fast. मजा आ गया ये गेम में. Kaustubh says 3 exciting matches happening. Absolutely. In fact, Anish and Maghsoodloo is also so exciting. Firstly, as Anish is a sole leader, that too by 1 point, and that too by, the game was a little bit of a up and down. Ali Reza there watching Gukesh's game. Shall we have full screen? Yeah, let's have this. Satish Kumar says Van Forest picked the wrong guy to play a complicated position. But Satish Kumar, Van Forest himself loves such positions. So, and especially when both the people love that, this is what we get. A crazy game. Parham blunder less than 10 seconds. अरे असिम. ठीक है. चलो, shall we go to Anish? Let's go, Anish. Let's go. Oh, that is a big blunder, it seems. Man, a lot of moves have happened, but let's just look at the current position. Rook G8, G6, Queen D6 was played, which was a bad move. Param had to take Queen G3, Queen G3, H G3, King G3, Rook. Oh, why did he not play? We will have to come back to the details later, but maybe Param goes Queen D6. I'm sure Param is not trying to win. Come on, over here. But why is it a blunder? गुकेश ने डिफॉरेस्टेशन कर दिया आज. अक्षय नातू सुपर चैट्स. व्हाई इज इट अ ब्लंडर? 6 minutes. Firstly, what was happening for Queen G3, Queen G3, H G3, King G3, Rook G? This was the position where Anish would have tried with this extra pawn. So Param went Queen D6, and now Computer says to go to H3, but it still can convert into the same thing. No, Queen, if Queen takes G3, Queen takes G3, H takes G3. No, now you don't need to take on G3, but just simply defend a pawn. Ow. And if for King G3, if you don't take here, if you take this pawn with the queen, then G4. But this, hey, this will go on. Come on, it's not over. I mean, Anish is better for sure. Anish is pawn up also, but it will go on. Wow, what a nice photo. Okay, I think let's go to Gukesh because right now, that's the important game. I mean, when you've seen such a full game, if you talk about a full game, which was the masterpiece? 97 check has been given, King C7, and now Bishop E5 check. Tell me, which was the masterpiece from the beginning? This game. So we want to see the end also, right, for this game. But because 40 moves are over, Bishop E5 check, Gukesh is, gone somewhere, and he's gonna come and Van Forest with his body language. Clearly, you can see he knows that this is over. You can see so many people there behind that glass, whatever, plastic glass, whatever it is. But today we have a huge crowd, and they are focusing on some game. Which is that game? Is it Pragnananda's game? Let's just have a this thing, full view of the tournament hall, so we would know which game are they focusing on. There you have Nepo has played. What did he play? Bishop e4. Huh, but then they are focusing on screen. Acha. Okay, got it, got it. Param only had 10 seconds on the clock. Oh, got it. I think, but that Anish's game is gonna go on for a long time. Yes, thank you, Divyanshu. Anish game will go on. Also, I think Pragg game. Oh, 40-second move. So this will also go on. In fact, all the people have finished 40 moves. So then, after 40 moves, Rook c2. Let's look at this once. Bishop e4, attacking the rook. Obviously, you're gonna play check. You winning the pawn. Let's say you take here, and then you take here. Now where will the king go? I mean, you have only 2 squares, but you don't want to go at the back. Let's say you go king. That's what is happening. Rook f2 check. Nepo quickly plays takes and king h3. Now let's say this is the position. In fact, there is a nice move. The easiest one. What is the easiest move here to draw? Easiest move for black to draw. Bolo. Oh, he goes king h1. Still, now not that, yeah? Not sure. Okay, but the question earlier was for king h3, the easiest move. Who all found it? Yes, Lavanya, Abhishek, Mohammad, Shreyas, RD2, Siren. Oh, it's done. They have agreed for a draw because Rook b2, Rook b2, Bishop b2. This is no chance to win. So after King h1, maybe Nepo offers a draw and Pragg accepts because can you play Rook b2 over here? Yeah, same. You can play Rook b2 and wow, that sack was epic, man. It still required. Look at this. Computer says knight d4 is an inaccuracy. That's because computer doesn't have brains. Computer is intelligent, not clever. So knight d4 was such an epic idea by Pragg that he just did not give any chance for Nepo to push, to kind of press. So this game is over. Now we have Anish going on in time pressure. Yeah, we have Anish rook end game. Wow, that's gonna go on and on. So king h3, h3, queen g3, queen g3. Oh, what? It's going for a draw because hg3, here Anish had to find oh, come on. Come on. Okay, this is the current position of Anish. Let me show you guys. 41st move, rook e6 check. Look at that Anish looking at Maghsoodloo thinking that, come on, hey man, this isn't it winning for me? I have an extra pawn. I'm going king d4. Looks good to me. Am I not winning? But Maghsoodloo says, no boss, you're not. Rook d6 check. What's your plan? Because if you try to go to e5, my rook is very active. Rook rukega nahi. Rook d2, and that's the problem. रक्षित says bars वगैरह चल रहे हैं ना सब. रक्षित, I believe I have not done anything. So yeah, Pragg's results should get updated. So मतलब नहीं चल रहा है क्या? बताना क्या करना पड़ेगा. Refresh. So let me know. Gukesh is playing. Gukesh is playing, guys. Don't give me fake news. But Anish, king d4. If he goes king e5, rook f8 and e3. Okay, if he goes king e5, then this. And Asim asks over here, we can go rook f8 check. If king b7, then we can go e3. Maybe you wanted to say e4, or maybe not here because your a2 is hanging. So this is one thing. Look at Anish right now intensely, because such an important thing. Is this rook endgame winning or not? He's leading by 1 point, and a lot is dependent on this. Wow. Oh, he gets up even if it is his move. He's going to see the results. Oh, I want to see this full board. Come on. There we have Anish. It is Anish's move, and Anish has got up from the board. Maghsoodloo has given the check, 42nd move. Why has he got up from the board? Was there any draw offer, or he's just got up from the board? Or does he realize now it is a draw? Because he missed rook d6 check. Maybe, look, at this point, with his expression, I'll tell you, if you go back to the stream, at this moment, he was very confident. Come on, king d4. After rook d6, it kind of changed. Bathroom emergency. But this is, oh, he's back. He's back on the board. And are they going to agree for a draw or something? Because this is a little bit, what's really happening there is a big question. He's looking at not making his move still. Okay, there you go. Right now, we have the bars all fixed, and Anish back on the board thinking, why did I feel that he went to the arbiter to ask, or to see the results? Maybe, oh, he must have seen, oh, Pragg finished his game, let me check. Maybe that's the point. I don't know. But we'll come back to this game and lot of interesting analysis for Rook and game. Going to Gukesh's game after Bishop e5. What is Gukesh doing? He's still not making the move. Why is he thinking so much? Because he can go king b6, king d7. There's some options. I think he'll figure things out. This is hanging, but he's already a rook up. Just to quickly show you maybe one or two options. If he goes king d7, attacking the knight grabbing the rook on g8, and then you save your bishop. So this is the point knight takes h6, basically this is the end game which will go on, because it could become a race there. Though black is better and faster, it could become a race and you can't still mess up. That's the whole point. So the game is going to go on, and this is Anish's game right now, which is a rook end game, where I would go back and ask you a very important question. At this point, Anish played king h3. Okay, it was 37 move. He had 3 minutes. Hg3 was played, and he played queen g3, which was a mistake. Let's say now, what should he have played here? White to play. Gukesh is playing, and it's 40th move over. He's not at the. It's gonna take time. He's thinking for bishop e5. Guys, what should Anish have played here? That's the question. I have cleared the chat chess moves and I am coming back. What should Anish have played here? Hello, guys. I am back. As I had gone, I had asked a question to all of you. Oh, look at Anish again. I think, does he realize he messed up? But we had a very confusing answer. If I must show you, 42 people for Queen F6, and then Rook G8, Queen F7, Queen F4. So, firstly, look at the number of people who have answered. It's amazing. And all those who found out Queen F6. Abhimanyu, Siddharth, Darshit, Mangala, Saumik, Nafiz, Mithu, Alvin, Arpit, and Vidhan. क्या बात है? Well done. Too good. Queen F6 here was the move which Anish had to find. Only move. There was a lot of analysis. Obviously, you can't take here. This is hanging. But the main point was, if you take, this is defended, and pawn. I mean, this is a winning rook endgame. Your king is very close. But if you don't take, yeah, if you don't take, then there was a question, like, because you look at the king, this is under attack, and it all looks so dangerous for the king. But to play something like this when you're under time pressure, it was insane. I don't even think it was humanly possible. It is a very computer like move, so that would not have been easy at all, with the ideas of check and rook f7 and mate and all of those things. So Anish played the most natural move, and I think it has landed a year where there's still some slight chance, but that all depends on the opponent whether he can go wrong. But I think, looking at the situation, he's missed rook d6 move. It would be interesting to know from him. Let's go to Gukesh. Oh, they're playing some moves. Let's go to Gukesh. Look at this, Anish. Absolutely disappointed. He's miscalculated, that's for sure. Yep. Yeah, what about we? I will analyze other two moves also. Just having my dinner, guys. Did you have dinner? What did you have for dinner? Actually, I was gonna have dinner since a long time, but then the games have been so amazing that it was not possible to go before 40 moves. Okay, Gukesh makes a move. He goes knight c5. Oh, Maggie, paneer. Thank God Sagar is not here. But Maggie is also not here. Hmm. I am having bhindi ki sabji and kheer. There is no mercy in chess. Yes, Amit. Hmm. Yeah, Mumbai street food you will not miss anymore, because currently the Mumbai streets are full of dust from metro and all the construction work. It's the worst time to be in Mumbai. All the chat is full of different menus. Yeah, vada pav greater than burger. I agree. Okay, let's do this. Guys, do you want to? I'm planning to keep a full screen and switch my camera off. That would be better, right? Aditya is saying YouTube lag झाला because YouTube crashed some time ago. Oh, nice. Huh. Yeah, although the watching maybe for some time I'll be slow, I'll not be talking much, which is good for you. फुल स्क्रीन यस और नो फुल स्क्रीन के लिए ये करते हैं F4 for a full screen and A4 for a small screen. F4 or A4 guys. यहाँ पे आंसर्स आई गेट वेरी फास्टर देन नॉर्मल क्वेश्चन very close game I would say between F4 and A4. Okay, F4 is winning. So full screen for people. Let's have this. Shashikant, I think you need to be invited to the event. So maybe Pragg got the invitation during World Cup. Maybe Gukesh got when he became India number one. And maybe Vidit got when he won the Isle of Man. So oh, board to Anish. Until I have my dinner, guys, calculate everything in this Rook End game. Maghsoodloo looking at his own game from behind. So I'm back, guys, here, and we have Gukesh completely winning after we left at knight c5, king g3 by Van Forest. He gives a check, king f4. That's a disco, but nothing much. Yeah, bishop g6, and Van Forest is Van Forest is yes, खाना खा लिया, खाना खा लिया. ओ 11:15 बज गए. But it's done. Thank you guys. I sorry I was not here, but I just finished the food and everything, so that's there. Okay, so bishop g6 has been played, and Gukesh's position basically is about this pawn. White would really love this pawn to go ahead, but time, time nahi hai. There's no time. uh, Van Forest trying to find some counter replay, but what is interesting for me is okay, let's check out what's happening in other results as well. Firouzja is completely crushing Wei E at this point. At this point of 45th move, he's a pawn up and an amazing king over there, plus this file. So Firouzja is beating Wei E. Ding Liren has drawn against Abdusattorov. Max Warmerdam has beaten Donchenko. Okay, and was this the game where everybody was kind of no, but it was a crazy game. Then Pragnananda has drawn with Nepo with an amazing, no chance there to Nepo. Vidit drew with Ju Enjun pretty early in the day, and right now two important games because Gukesh has had an amazing, crazy, super tactical, all sack wala game today, and Anish, who was clearly better, but it did go up and down, and finally it has landed in this position after a6, where Anish is trying hard to make this work. Now we need to try to understand the practical problems of this rook endgame. What do you think? Is it like a easy draw for black, or is it a little difficult draw for black according to all of you? That is the question. Also, we have to just have a look at the challenges section and challenges section and also see, did I just move this or what? Easy draw, difficult, kinda difficult. Low voice because I reduced the voice. My volume I reduced, not the mic. B5. Yes, we will go to challenges games, and B5, Anish commits there, fixes this pawn on B6. By the way, guys, we let me not forget, but we have 14,60,263 subscribers, and the aim for now is 300 subscribers before the end of the stream. And that's the thing. Also, to all of you, okay, let's just check this takes and takes. So, one pawn less. Anish makes a move with his left hand, writes with the right hand. This is now going to be lost. So, I think it's no, it's obvious. It's draw. It's very easy, guys. Very easy draw. Oh, even b4, b5 over here. What would you have done? Okay, what if he would have gone king c3? But then rook e6 and you can't do anything. Oh, yeah. Are they going to agree for a draw? Ah, oops. Wait a second, let me do full screen there. Why did it change? Why did the camera go? Huh. Oh, Van Forest resigned. I think it's over. Yeah, Van Forest resigned. Gukesh wins the game. He beats Van Forest in an amazingly elegant game and beautiful tactics. A game not to be missed. Final game going on, like very important game going on between Anish and Maghsoodloo in the Masters section. Only two games are going on. Firouzja versus Wijk and Anish versus Maghsoodloo. I thought they were going to agree for a draw, but no. Anish is going to play, it seems. Let's just wait here for 2 minutes and then we will move to challenges. Yes, everything at the same time, right? But that, yeah, absolutely random things. I mean, for Gukesh, who had lost those two games, if you remember, with Ding and um, who else? Anish. Yes, Anish, especially in that opposite colored bishop. After the rest day, it has been really good for him. Yesterday, Nepo, and today, Van Forest. And scoring a win is a little it's like almost in the four games he scored 2 points. That means all four draw. In a way, you're like that kind of a solid. You're still solid. No, Chahat, I didn't think he would be resigning so soon. That was the problem. He actually resigned a little early, I would say. But don't worry, we will get the game and we will definitely put that as a video. Oops, there Anish bumps into Wei while he is looking back at his board and walking. There you see also Divya and Salim playing. Maybe while we have the video here, we can try to see their game for challengers. So Leon is still playing. Leon is black and he's still in trouble. Divya is also in trouble. Material is equal though. Material is equal, but the problem is her king is weak. Oh, but I would 97. And then it was white to play. So she was losing this pawn. So now she's a pawn down. Plus such a weak king. Plus this knight eyeing at these important squares here. Oh, the c6 is such a pain. And what about Harika? Because she was clearly better. And Harika is, yes, she is clearly better. She has been able to maintain the advantage. Bishop c4 was the last move which was played. And Harika is a pawn up. Plus, look at these three isolated pawns. Also, how come? So if gf5, bishop e6, I mean, Harika is a piece up, no? Bishop e6, fe6. Yeah, this is just winning. So Harika is just winning. What about Eline Rubers, who actually beat Hans Niemann yesterday? That was epic. So Eline is, oh, today she's beating Mustafa. Man, she is, no, this we can't yet say beating because she has the advantage, but again, very less pawns. How enough it is going to be to convert this? I doubt. I doubt. But yet, I think she might make her a GM now. Going to Divya, yeah, she's gone king g7 and this is definite trouble. Hans has actually lost his game today. Erwin Lamy is playing with the black pieces and is in trouble against Korobov. Leon in trouble against Frolic, and Jamie is has drawn against Daniel Darda. So these were challengers there. If we go to the main section, Anish, right now only one game is going on, and that too the leader game. This is the game. Anish versus Maghsoodloo. If it would have been an instructive rook and game, like Anish is winning, but he has to kind of prove it, that would be another story. Which, because he was so realistically towards it. Sans Tech is asking, does Anish have two kids? No, he has three kids. Yeah, they're making quick moves. Yeah, no, this is. Is that wow? Because Anish has three kids. Ah, because he looks like a teen. Ooh, that's what your little boy says. No, when we in September we had gone to Netherlands and visited his home. He just had his daughter Rihanna, who was a few, like 1.5, 2 months old, and very cute. Today, but really at some point Anish was so disappointed because I think the rook, something he miscalculated, either it was missing rook d6 or something in time pressure. But even if he would not, the position was practically not something like, oh, you could have found this and played this. The calculation was very difficult, so I don't think he's going to feel very bad about that end game particularly. But what he will feel bad about is the middle game, where he had such a clear advantage. Look at Divya. She's like, what are you going to play, Anish? What are you doing? This is a draw. Is that what she's saying? Why are we even playing? Oh, Ali Reza beat Wei. Yeah, the game is over. Yeah, I think so many games just at one go they got over. King is quite advanced. Can we try to? Is Anish getting slowly confident? King is quite advanced. Okay, with this fact of king being quite advanced, let's try to make some simple moves. Oh, if I'm not making a blunder, then it should be easy draw. But first thing is king c7 or b5. Either of the moves are my candidate moves. Okay, guys, and both of them are good. So, and Anish steals a pawn again. Oh, did he really put that in his shirt? Oh, by the way, guys, look at that camera. All of you who are asking, near the king, can you see that very small camera? Look at that camera. So small. Oh my god. Epic. It was a bishop this time. Oh, really? Is it very easily visible in the video or what? Because I would love to see it. Oh, yeah. What a good spot. He took the bishop. Nice. Anish takes the bishop. Divyanshu says it must feel so inspiring for the masters players to see your idols play. I mean, you mean challengers players, right? Yeah. That is the beauty of this tournament again. That, the whole challengers section. I mean, right now you see in Masters all these young people, but they have played in the challengers section. at some point. So that's the beauty. I am sorry, Yogesh. I guess some misunderstanding. I don't know what exactly you're talking about because I don't really know. But everything is going great. King e7 is played by Anish. Let's try b5. The pawn is pushed. Anish obviously going to push the pawn. Let's try to just be careless and go b4. And this is the problem. You can't be careless. You don't have time to be careless because it's converting into Lucena. And after king f7, you can't stop the pawn. The king is just too slow. If you go rook e4, no time. The king needed to be here. So the important thing is you need to bring your king. It's important. The king has to be here. And now, if let's say white tries to say, can I enter into Lucena position? He's attacking this pawn and b4. Now we reach this position. The rook is protecting the b4. Without this pawn on b4, without the pawn on b4, it would have been a Lucena. But there is an extra pawn. So things are different. Your rook cannot move freely. You cannot move freely. So b4 के बाद how do you make progress? If you move your king to the f file, there is a problem which is a check. Let's say you go here, this check. Now if you go here, it's the same thing. If you go here, can I even go king d6 or is that a mistake? So let's try to see king d6, e7, and then you have rook e4. If I give you a check trying to, deflect from the e7 pawn, then you go king e6 and then king d8, forced queen, your pawn is too far away. That works. But you can't go on the e file, you will again go back. Now the difference is if I go king f8 this time, you have check. Like with king on d8 also you did not have check, but king on e6 also blocked this. So that is also working. So the whole point is, even if I spend some time in pushing this b pawn, that's fine. The point is I don't even need to spend that time. King c7 is the very first instinctive move where you want to bring the king towards a pawn. Now, if Anish tries to push the pawn because your king has a barrier there and it is well placed, that's the point where you will start pushing the pawn. Finally converting to the same thing. Okay, he pushed the pawn, so it's gonna convert to the same thing. And if I go king f8 with the idea of e7, let's try this. I think you can't go b4 because of e7, as this is what we thought. If king d6 and now e7 with the idea of queen, you can go rook e4 and stop the queen. And this is a very important position where your king is very close to the pawn, king c5 or king d5. Otherwise, if let's say I just make one move, yeah, if I make king c6 here, then my question to you, all those who have studied rook versus pawn, what is the very important move which white should play over here? This is something which you should be aware. White to play, what should you play? Oops, this is a very small board. I should go to the big board. Very sorry for that. But what should you play over here? Moves are happening. Wow, nice. Amazing, nice. NSS, Venkatesh, Anik, Vidhan, Arijit, Nafis, Sushit, Shriram, Aradhya. This is absolutely the right move. Rook f5, you have to cut the king off. If the pawn goes to b4, you start bringing your king. Whenever the pawn is pushed to the third rank here, sixth rank, whatever side, then you attack the pawn. Because the point is the king is two moves away from defending the pawn. So the pawn needs to be pushed, and now it's a lonely pawn, it will be lost. This is the concept behind this idea. So, well, of course, Anish knows that this is the game right now we are at. King c7 has been played, and Anish is calculating, I think, the whole thing. King f8 and rook versus pawn and ending it in a draw. But Maghsoodloo, of course, knows these theoretical endings, and also this would be learnt by him at a very young age. So no way that this can go wrong. What can go wrong for top players is still things like rook bishop versus rook and some very highly complicated rook endgames, but this just can't go wrong even if they are, sleeping. You ask them and just they don't have to think. It's like driving a car. You don't have to think. Harika winning in rook endgame, says Imang. Yes, and Eline also winning. So in challengers, some really nice things happening there. We have today Harika is winning. Oh, that's a rook endgame, yeah. Harika already very good in rook endgames. On day one, she had defended a crazy position with a crazy calculation. So h5 is her last move she's played over here. Maybe what she's going to do is h4, h3, just fix the pawn on h3 here, and then start bringing the king. Then maybe start pushing the pawn. Oops. Yeah, Harika is just winning. Eline, I doubt this is winning as of now. Yeah, I mean this should be, but it's not like as plain and simple, at least on the first look of it. And Divya, yes, still in trouble with the queen and knight and king. It's oof. No, 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 no. Not at all you're happy. Leon, is he? No, he's exchanged down and really not much chance to fight there. Okay, look at Anish right now. I think this is. And look at the viewers there. Look at the people there. I mean, the live viewers. These are the real live viewers. At this hour, it's 11:30 p.m. here. I think the game started there at 6:30. So 5 hours. And yeah, no, there the game started at, sorry. The games would have started there at 3:30, right? Or 2:30? 6, 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. So it means that it is 5, it's 7 p.m. over there. At Netherlands, right now it is 7 p.m. Himang says if Harika wins, this will be her first win here. Himang says, have you ever had two knights versus pawn over the board? There's a possibility we can say that, oh, oh, that would be epic. Because, guys, I think you know that obviously two knights cannot mate the king. But what Himank is essentially trying to say here is that we might land up in a position where two knights and white has some pawn, yeah, and then there could be a mating net. By the way, Anish about to make move. What does he play? E6. Nah, yeah, sorry, he plays rook f5. Rook f5 already. So he's attacked this guy. And I think Maghsoodloo will push the pawn, and Anish might want to keep the rook here behind the pawn. That's what he might want to do. Yeah, so two knights versus the two knight versus king and pawn will have some zone, mating zone. There we have, guys. I think are the bars updated? Wow, the bars are absolutely updated. Jordan versus Gukesh says bravo Gukesh. Then we have bravo Ali Reza. Then we have Ding Nodirbeg as a draw, Nepo Pragg as a draw, Stefan Harika, and yeah, amazing. These colors are better, right, than previous ones. Some color change Abhidaya has done. How do you like it, guys? Himang says the first ChessBase India video I ever watched was about the Troitsky line. Epic video. I totally agree. That is such a beautiful video for all of you who are interested to, learn about it. Beautiful one. It was in Goa, I believe. Yeah? Yeah, Goa. It was. I remember that. Too good. Rakshit says first complete ChessBase India video I saw was Love for English Part 1. Oh, that opening wala. Hey, this is nice. At club to ask which was the first ChessBase India video you watched. Do you remember? Maghsoodloo did play b4. Anish having 20 minutes, he has to make 8 moves. Time, of course, doesn't matter. He's like, no, I can't find anything here. He knows this is a draw. The point what he's trying to do is to what is still the best way you can keep your opponent under whatever pressure you can. Slight pressure, this pressure, that, but something, even if it is a draw, you try to find such variations where the opponent cannot go wrong, or at least has that kind of a possibility. So this is where you can see that he could have just agreed for a draw, got up from the board, gone to his house, not house, I mean, gone to his room, took the picture of dinner. And now I think right now maybe he's thinking of that taking picture of dinner. By the way, here it is. Oops. Here you can see wilder.chessbase.in, and we have some very amazing challenges, captions. Here Divya is in the photo. Then this was the day 2. This was the photo to caption Anish and Vidit, the laughter. I guess you must have seen the shots, very nicely done there on ChessBase India. Also, this was the day 3. This was the photo Anish versus Ju and Jun and Vidit walking past by. And here once again Anish, what is he trying to do exactly? This was the 4th day caption picture. This was the 5th day caption picture. Ali Reza there against Nodirbek. And this was the 6th day caption picture. Pragg and Leon. Such a beautiful photo. Such a amazing prize if you see there. And Anish versus with it again. Oops, of course, they are the brand ambassadors of Wilder. And here we have 18-day chess challenge by Vidit Gujarati. He does recaps on Wilder every day. And Anish has an 18-day dinner challenge. I don't know, in the challenge, if you have to eat something, you have to follow specific 18-day diet by Anish to stay fit like Anish. But this is This is Wilder. Do check it out. It's very, very nice. Manav says first ChessBase India I watched was of Vishy's quiz on his 10 beautiful games and other GMs also answering it. One of my favorites still. Still remember how no one got the Belivsky Vishy game. Oh, that is amazing because I remember that is one of our favorites as well, as a video and as a, Sagar would really come up with this creative ideas. We would love it. The Himang says the oldest one I watched was Amruta's interview with Grishchuk in 2016 candidates. Not mine, you mean Sagar's? No. I don't think I interviewed Grishchuk. Or if I interviewed, it would be in London because that was the London first tournament where Sagar was playing. So Sagar would tell me that, okay, if Anish finishes the game, you have to go and take his interview. Hikaru finishes the game, you have to take interview. So that way, I think it was a little difficult. But I really like how Anish is, so intensely thinking and not giving up because a lot is at stake while Anish is thinking at the end of today, before the stream. I think very few games are going on, but before the stream, I think we have a scope to reach 300. 14, 60, 300. So 16 to go. That would be the nice end later. 3 to end it with 6300 today while Sagar was on the stream in the beginning. At some point uh he said that I'm not going to go before we reach 1460,000, 14,60,000, and that did happen on the stream, and then he immediately just cut the Zoom call. So that was funny. But Anish, it's okay. Things go wrong, but this should be okay. In fact, the game was, if I go back right now after b4, first of all, what is Anish thinking? Rook b5 if he goes. Ah, no, he's gone king f8. He's gone king f8. So what he's saying is, if you go, okay. If you go king d6 now, guys, do you realize? Look at Maghsoodloo staring at Anish. We enter into the same thing. So he in a way stops king d6, or for that matter, king anywhere. But king d6, because after e7, rook e4, you have got a dream position for the rook, the cutoff. Whenever b3 is played, rook f3 and you win the pawn. So wonderfully done that is. Now, I mean, this is still the best he could, find. It's still a draw. But after king f8, what Maghsoodloo, if he goes b3 here, that is also a blunder because you go e7, if you go b2, you go queen, you go a queen, and now hundreds of ways to finish, but you will be the one who will be giving a checkmate. This will end in a checkmate. Just no need to calculate, but yeah. So, what does Maghsoodloo is obviously going to know this, not to just keep pushing the pawns. Instead, for king f8, Maghsoodloo goes rook e4. Anish goes e7, and of course, to stop the pawn, you go king d7. Now, what happens for rook d5 check? Where do you take your king? Guys, a question, black to play. What I really like is, after all the thought, Anish still managed to make sure that Maghsoodloo has to find an important move. Not like any move draw ho raha hai. Not like that. So what's the move here? Black to play. Mano says there is an 8-year-old video where I interviewed Grishchuk. Oh ho. I will only go and check now after the stream. Oh, you can make mistakes. That is interesting. For me, look at this. We have 13, 14 people saying king c6, but then we do have people saying king e6, b3, e6, all of that. But king c6, right? Venkatesh, Aditya, Nafees, Manav, Ahanik, Shardul, Dhanush, beginners, Datla, and Yogeshwar. Well done there. King c6 is an important move. Of course, if you go king e6, you block the path, so that you can't do. But there was also king c7 you could have played. King c6 keeps this attack there. So if you make a queen, that's not possible because you lose the rook. So you keep the rook attacked, and otherwise it's just cut off. So king c6 not at all a difficult move. What Anish played here is he played rook f7 and revives the threat of making a queen. Maghsoodloo once again thinking, but there are a number of ways here. If he wants something forcing, this is cool. Okay, one question to you. There is something forcing, okay? There is something forcing. Look at this. You know that this when can this pawn draw? You know that, right? You need your king with it. Then it's a draw. Now look at this for rook e7, rook e7. Question is, where are you going to go with the king? That is the question. Where are you going to go with the king? Oh, he doesn't take it. But okay, let's try to understand. Exactly. Shardul, Manan, Chess Masters, Beginners, Nick, Anish now taking the queen. Is he going to keep the queen in the pocket, by the way? All of you. Oh, Anish is making the king. You can't go king c6 because if you remember, guys, that's the whole concept. Cutting the king on the 5th rank. The pawn cannot be pushed. So that is why what is important was king d6 and only move stopping rook e5, and then you have king c5 and it's a draw. But let's go to the main game because because Maghsoodloo went king c6. E8 queen was played, takes, and in the same position, the king goes to c5, and this is, we will soon agree with a draw. That's the only thing to remember for rook versus pawn. Cut off the king, 5th rank. And this we are now going towards a draw. b3, he knows that, Anish knows that. I am very keen to see whether we are able to get to see their analysis, anything, because what was Anish thinking about the game, about the end game? Maghsoodloo stare. I think king will remain on the board. He goes king e5. So if king c3, king e4. You can even, anyway, you want to go to c2. You could go like this and even stop king e4. As much as possible. Night promotion wala scene ho gaya kya? Oh, that would be funny. But I don't think he will do that. You can see that camera now, right there, behind the king. It's so small. As small as Maghsoodloo's ring, maybe. And there you have. Draw is agreed. Anish clearly having an opening advantage, playing beautifully, but in the middle game, something went wrong for him. It became very topsy turvy in the time pressure, and rook endgame was a draw. What a defense by Maghsoodloo. I mean, what determination, yeah, because it was a tough position where he had to find some creative ways. The ideas with long castle and keeping the fight on. Otherwise, I'm sure, like such an opposite colored bishop endgame we have seen Anish converting against Gukesh. This was almost there. So in a way, it this result for Anish is not the best one considering the how the game flowed and considering the kind of advantage he had got in the opening. It's definitely not the best day for him, but for Maghsoodloo, he was able to save a really bad position. So I think Anish, that too, Anish was white. So tomorrow with the black pieces, what will be the pairing? For Masters, let me tell you what the pairing will be. Do we have the standings updated, by the way? Oh, yes. Anish was on. Anish was on 4 out of 5, right? So he goes to 4.5. So Anish maintains his sole lead with 4.5 out of 6. Can I try to show you this? Wait, that's not updated though. Let me try to show you the current standings here. Yeah, yeah. Mm. Oops. Wait a second. Let me just try to. Oh, what is this one? Ah, PowerPoint. Yeah, here we have. So this Anish's score is not updated, but if you can see, Anish on 4.5 out of 6. Then we'll have Firouzja on 4 out of 6, half a point behind. Then we have Pragg, Gukesh on 3.5 out of 6, both. Nodirbeg and Max also 3.5. So Max is having a really good tournament. Vidit, Nepo, Ding, and Wei all 3 out of 6. 50% score there. Such strong players. Ju Engine having a great tournament with 2.5 out of 6. Van Forest 2 out of 6. Donchenko 1.5 out of 6. And Maghsoodloo on 1 out of 5. No, that would be updated. Sorry, he would also be 1.5 out of 6. But Maghsoodloo definitely having a very tough event for his rating. Very tough event. So this is the standings, and can I show you the pairing for tomorrow? For Masters, the pairings would be 20. No, tomorrow is 20th January. Okay, let me show you the pairings. Oops. Wait, maybe I'll take a better screenshot. Yeah. For tomorrow, we have 20th January. Yeah. Vidit versus Firouzja. Ooh, and Vidit is white. So Vidit is fight. Vidit is white and he will fight. Donchenko versus Ju Enjun. Gukesh versus Max Warmerdam. Pragnananda versus Van Forest. Yes, as we know today, Gukesh played Van Forest. So Pragnananda will play Van Forest tomorrow. Maghsoodloo versus Nepo. Then we have Northerbeg versus Anish Giri. That would be a very important game because Anish, will he be able to maintain his sole lead? And Wei versus Ding Liren. So that would be a Chinese encounter over there. And I think Prague, yeah, this would be. What about 21st? We have on 21st Firouzja versus Ding, Anish versus Wei, Nepo versus Abdusattorov, Van Forest versus Maghsoodloo, Max versus Pragg, and Venjun versus Gukesh. Also Vidit versus Donchenko. Okay, these are the pairings, guys, for tomorrow. Um, I think yesterday we did complete 8 years, so that was a very, very nice thing. In this PowerPoint presentation, Sagar is having some very nice photos there. Also, recently there was a camp held at Hungary with Judith and all the talents of Indian chess. So this was a really very beautiful photo. And here we have, do check out Anish's 18-day dinner challenge as well as with his 18-day chess challenge. That would be epic. Also, check out the activity books because they are going to be amazing to give to the young children, to your niece, to your nephews, and whoever you know very young. Also, we will be having Surya Ganguly on one of the days to commentate with us. So that's, yes. Let's see if challengers games have been finished and do we have the full view of the hall right now, because Anish's game is over. Yeah, that's the full view. You can see Divya is walking and walking and walking. But guys, when you're playing, sometimes there are some days which are just not good for you, and it's a good idea to watch other games, learn from them. Why not? It's not at all bad. So Harika still continuing with her advantage. Both the pawns have reached here. One of the rook has to reach to b2. But if rook c2, then the king goes to d3. Oh, this rook is completely getting suffocated. Eline Rubers, this position, how is she going to manage? That's the question. Rook d2. I think she has found a very nice spot there, and maybe this is closer to winning now. Leon is still very much in trouble. So I think let's see Harika's game, because it's a nice rook and game and it's about to finish. I think not too much. There you have Eline Rubers walking inside the hall, checking out the games. If I must show you the full screen. A3. And there we have Harika walking. Leon, this is Leon's game right now. He's in trouble. Harika is watching Korobov's game. Is there something very interesting happening against Erwin Lamy? Oh, this is the position. Korobov goes Rook C5. Generally, Korobov plays very interesting games. It's always fun to look at his games. He's gone Rook C5, but he's an no. Erwin Lamy has gone Rook C5. Erwin Lamy is an exchange down, but the pawn has reached B2. Can you not just grab this pawn? Oh, but you would love to grab a piece. But what happens if you grab this pawn? King G7, then it's a draw. Yeah, because the bishop gets out. But what? How do you then improve your position? The check then goes back, and if you go somewhere here, can he not play F queen? So that for takes King G7. Ooh, it is very difficult to understand because the bishop is getting out. But now the rook comes from this file, and then this rook comes from here. So yeah, that's how white has chances. So a very interesting endgame here. Divya, I think no chance. F3, she's an exchange down knight. She knows she's losing, so that's why she's roaming. And for Harika, after A3, Rook D2 has been played. So Harika is thinking here just maybe to challenge the rook, or can you go Rook E1 check? Or if I mean everything looks winning, right? Can there be a mistake in this position? This looks winning, this looks winning, King F3 looks winning. Anything is winning. As in 2024, which is the most exciting chess event you're looking forward to? Like the most exciting chess event. Apart, I think candidates would be the winner for sure because candidates is everybody looking forward to. Apart from or including candidates, let's say. Satyam says Norway. Oh, I love the event. Norway is just amazing. I also love that, after a draw, they have this Armageddon. That's very nice. T20 World Cup. Norway chess and second season of GCL, says Imang. Yes, GCL, if that happens, would be epic. I mean, of course, it will happen, but that would be epic. Last time. Oh, also, there is another event. If only thing is, we have to see many times some events happen and they are like standalone events. Like they intend to happen again and again, but sometimes they don't. So, Qatar was an amazing event. Just too good, Qatar. Comedians on board. Oh, of course, it's Olympiad, says Himang. 2024 Olympiad. How can we miss that? Hungary, Budapest. Guys, anyone in Budapest? Because that would, I think it should be in Budapest, but it's in September. And that would be really amazing. Why have they shifted to one side? Asks Manish Kumar. Manish, on the other side, there was a Masters event, and everybody today has finished the game. In fact, it's 12 o'clock, so it's not like they all finished early. In Challengers, very surprisingly, actually, now that you say, it's a very good point because the game started 6:30, 5.5 hours before, five and half. And all the challengers are really taking the challenge very seriously. The challengers are taking the challenge seriously. That's why it's all full. Yeah, Param is having a very tough tournament. In fact, if I must go to the live ratings to see the current situation, let me just tell you the live rating of Pragnananda. Pragnananda right now is having a live rating of 2748.8, and from this tournament he has increased 5.8 points and he's 11th. And Karyakin is having a rating of 2750. So Pragnananda will be able to overtake Karyakin if he gains 1.2 points only. Dominguez is having 2752. So if Pragnananda, one good game, like one amazing game, then Pragnananda can actually, oh, he can also overtake Dominguez. I think so Wesley 2757 would not be easy, but there is a scope that Pragg could reach world number 9, I think. World number 9. That should depend. Anish has gained from this tournament. Oh, that's cool. Anish has gained 10.4 rating in this tournament and he's now at 2759.4. Matlab, imagine if he was on 2749.4 before the tournament, then Pragg would be very close to him. But Anish has played well, so right now he's world number 7. And Nepo has lost 7.8 points. So that's the reason he's slipped to 6th spot, and Ali Reza has moved up to the 5th spot, gaining 3.4 points. Also, Ding has lost he's lost 4.9 points, so Ding is on 2775. This is a amazing website, no? This is just amazing to get to know so quickly what is happening. And Vidit has also lost 3.9 points, which is okay. I mean, this tournament. What's the prediction for the Olympiad Open team? But we should know the entries, no? Because sometimes some top countries are not playing, so then that changes. But I'm sure that India is definitely going to win the medal. Okay. Also, going to Harika's game. Harika is just relaxed after Rook d2. Her opponent. Oh, a lot of moves happened. In fact, she played Rook d3. Rook e2 check was given. King went to f3. Look at this. Oops, a check mate is threatened. Rook gave a check and she goes king f4. So king g4. So there is no check, but then there is the because king pawn endgame is winning. And how do you save this? Okay, you have to move the rook. If you move the rook from the second rank, then there comes rook d2. And if you go, yeah, king f1, then anyway rook f3. So I think it's almost the end of the moments for Stefan. Harika with the black pieces, striking back with a win is amazing. Soham says the first video on CBI I watched was Sagar Bhai giving overview of the online Olympiad during COVID time and which we won eventually. Oh, nice. Yes, I do remember that's the first for many, many. Global Chess League last time had happened in June, July around. It should happen similarly. If it is happening, it should be around similar time. Utkar says my first one was Samay versus Sagar. Samay fan. Yeah, with it 6 draws in a row. But still not bad because you win one game and then you need those 1 or 2 games very critical. 2 games actually he will need to win. So tomorrow if Vidit is able to beat Ali Reza, that would be very good for him. No, I have not seen Kushal, but I've heard. And this time we have Pragg, also Vaishali, this women's section. So that would be amazing. Because that's, I think, for the first time. Last time we had Gukesh in Norway, and oh, he played amazing. Also, he played really, the Armageddons he played was too good. एम्स का एग्जाम आ रहा है. साइमल्टेनियस पढ़ाई तो होते रहता है. How many of you can actually study while watching movies or listening to songs? Can you study while watching movies or series or Vaishali challenges of Prague Masters as well? Oh, are you sure? Because that would be really nice. Because I and Sagar are going to Prague. Oh, by the way, you guys should know that some very interesting events happening in Prague Masters. First of all, we have Prague, Gukesh, and Vidit. All of these three guys are playing there, and I and Sagar would be commentating from the venue. So that would be Kopal. It's my favorite series, so I would really want that to continue. Think after COVID, I think the main difference between COVID and no COVID has been travel. Yeah, when you are traveling continuously, many of the things which need some plan or being at one place. Oh, by the way, the Harika has now captured the 7th rank. Suruke won, and Stefan not giving up at all. Okay, but you have this check. Just to take care, no stalemate ideas. Himang says, I'm reminded of the famous Anish moment. Are you messing with me? With Sagar. Some nice links, Himang. They are. Maybe some of the old ones where, Abhidaya can also make some nice shots. Songs and study, but movie and study can't be done together. Rafael says, hello from Texas. Oh, nice. Science says, why study? I do everything, but not vice versa. Studying and solving maths problems while watching is great. Thank God for creating black color. Ooh, I agree with you this because I love black. I would never wear any other colors earlier much. But then once my friends forced me to buy some colorful clothes. Also freestyle chess in February. Oh yes, that's something I'm really interested in. Hmm. True, AJ. But then when you compare that, you can't study at all. Like you just don't feel like studying at all. But then while watching a movie, you might be able to study. Then might be a better scenario. Okay, so Harika's Stefan has played King H1. And now what? Can you go? Okay, can you go F3? You can. King G1. Can you go F2? No, you can't. King F1. And you can see this is how you can still mess up. That's the whole point. Why? Because it should give some stalemate ideas or what? Let's say I still try to wait. No, then, oh, this is also a draw. What? This is I mean, of course, Harika is not going to play that. That's another thing. But this is a draw. Oh, do you just keep giving checks or what? If I go here, the point is I can also give a nice check because it's going to be a stalemate. But anyway, doesn't matter even if I give a side check, just keep giving check. Oh, nice. So don't go f3, f2. Just don't do that. Go king f3 like Harika. And now if king g1, you have check. If king f1, you can take here. And if king h1, then bring the king here. Whenever you take here, there is this, I mean, it's not a stalemate idea. So you can just take the king to b2 and it should be over. She plays, white plays rook f1 check. Rook f1. Now the difference is that you have this rook here, right? You have a clear-cut plan. But anyway, so Harika is clearly winning. Divya has finished her game, by the way. She's lost the game. Um, all the challenges are playing. That's, I mean, at this hour, it's amazing. Bishop f4. Leon is losing, and I think Harika is winning. So we will wait until Harika actually, converts this. How many of you really like to play Fisher random chess? Like chess 960. What's your take? Would you prefer it more than classical chess, like normal chess, or would you like, let's say if all these players are playing, yeah, in February where we are going, like Magnus and everybody. So would you like those kind of tournaments more? But then you wouldn't know any opening. It's all very original. Abai says yes, future is 960, but future for even for spectators, because I remember that sometime when they had kept like when they had this world championship and all for chess 960, viewers, like the spectatorship, the viewership, it was, they were not interested because it felt very boring. So can it be possible that it can be loved more, or somehow we have got used to this thing? So the main classical and rapid and chess 960 is very hard to, try to get some momentum, will take time. It's too random, says Nitin. Nice move. You can't take here. A little trick there. Stalemate. That would be, of course. So just trying that trick. But Harika is not going to fall for that, of course. Over the years, people will get used to it. Hmm. Aritra says 960 becomes too tough to understand, especially from middle of the game. But then middle game would be much like a complex game from chess classical, right? That would be the middle game. Like I would say opening would be difficult. Okay, Harika goes king e3, and finally Stefan resigns because now if he moves the rook, this is lost. So Harika wins her first game with the black pieces, and Divya has lost, Leon has lost, is losing. So today's games, I think, are done for us. I think we'll soon be ending the stream. Himang says 960 is not that popular yet for low exposure mainly, I think. But at some point, opening theory becomes too overwhelming and computerish. Fisher random is the way to escape. Or no castling chess. True, completely true. No, we will understand more when we are going. We'll definitely share our experience, how it would be, and I think I think the talents would be very different for chess 960 when you don't have to prepare openings. No, of course not. Maybe for this level where Magnus is playing, Gukesh is playing. I mean, all top players are playing. I don't think they will be playing without opening preparation. Some opening preparation, but it can't be like this 30 and 40 move opening preparation. So well, that would be exciting. But for now, thanks for all your opinions, and it's like doing a survey with you all. It's so much fun to ask you all questions. It's like I'm interviewing you, so I always love that, to get different perspectives. And tomorrow we will see each other at 6:30. um at 6:30, be there. I would be inviting some guests, but we will be we are everybody's busy. There's tournaments, lot of things are going on in India as well. So yeah, but I'll try for sure. Until then, take good rest, have a good night. And Shri Ram says first ChessBase India content I saw was Parshvanath Open coverage. Oh, that was actually nice. Yes, that too was nice. You're giving nostalgia. Yes, I always do comment. I always commentate on ChessBase India. Okay, so good night. Have a great night, and do try to watch some chess dreams, guys, so that tomorrow we can share. Tata, bye bye, and I hope that internet. I clearly see that there is a problem at some point. There is between 9 to 10, there is this problem which happens, which gets disconnected. Unfortunately for us, it's a key time in which it happens. But what to do? It happens, and hoping that after the tournament I will be able to resolve it. Till then, we will manage. We'll manage with whatever it is. Okay, have a great day. Tada, bye bye.